Chapter 44. After saying goodbye to Wu Yinliang, Meng Chao walked back to Purple Bamboo Garden in silence. Chu Yang knew that Meng Chao was worried about him, but he did not know what to do. He wanted to say something, but he felt that no matter what he said, it would be useless. He would not be able to dispel Meng Chao's worries, so he kept his mouth shut. Just as they reached the entrance of Purple Bamboo Garden, they heard Tan Tan's piercing yell, "Don't run! If you run again, I will turn you into soup." Both of them were startled. They quickly went in and saw Tan Tan standing by the pond with his butt in the air, splashing water everywhere. Then he cheered and jumped up with a fish in his hand. Holding it above his head, he laughed heartily. Meng Chao was surprised and rushed forward. Chu Yang was also surprised. He did not expect Tan Tan to catch such a good thing. It was a strange fish. Its whole body was black without scales. Its head was round and had no eyes. It was a blind fish. It wasn't big and weighed less than half a catty. Tan Tan, put it down. Meng Chao's voice was urgent. Don't kill it. Tan Tan turned his head with a perplexed look on his face. Then he excitedly shouted, "Master, Chu Yang, look! I caught a strange fish." As he was talking, the fish struggled and escaped from his hand. It drew a beautiful arc in the air and was about to fall back into the water. Meng Chao's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He jumped out and caught the fish before it fell back into the water. Then he flipped back and grabbed a basin of water. Without stopping, he went back to the pond, scooped up half of the water and put the fish in. Then he wiped the water off his face and handed the basin to Tan Tan with a smile. "Put it in your room and look after it. This fish is very precious. Don't let it die." Tan Tan was confused. "Master, what kind of fish is this? It's so small, it's not even enough to make soup." "Make soup? You only know how to eat." Meng Chao was both angry and amused. He patted his head and reprimanded. "This is a priceless treasure. Wouldn't it be a pity to eat it?" "Priceless treasure?" Tan Tan scratched his head and looked at the fish curiously. No matter how he looked at it, it was just a fish. Even though it looked a little strange, it wasn't a dragon. "This is the divine Qi gathering fish." Chu Yang also squatted down and looked at the fish. "I didn't expect that Tan Tan would find such a treasure. You're really lucky." "Divine Qi gathering fish?" "That's right. According to ancient legends, the divine Qi gathering fish is a treasure of the 3 Stars divine clan. This kind of fish couldn't grow big. Their meat wasn't delicious, and they didn't have any powerful skills. However, if he placed the fish in a fish tank and raised it in his room, it would be able to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to the greatest extent and gather it there. For martial artists' cultivation, it could achieve twice the result with half the effort. It can be said to be a treasure that martial artists yearn for even in their dreams. Chu Yang said softly, "That's right. The other greatest benefit is that with this fish around, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth absorbed from the surroundings is pure spiritual qi of heaven and earth." This was the hardest part. The existence of this kind of fish had already become a legend. For many years, it had only existed in ancient records, and no one had ever seen it before. "Tan Tan, how did you find out?" Meng Chao was pleasantly surprised as he looked at Tan Tan. "It was just now. Just now I was fetching water from the pond, and suddenly the sky turned dark. I couldn't even see my fingers in front of me. I was very scared, so I stayed by the pond and didn't dare to move. After half an hour, the sky started to brighten. Then I noticed that the soil under the pond was constantly moving, as if something was trying to come out. Then I kept watching. Tan Tan spread out his hands. Then the sky came out of the soil. I saw that it looked strange, so I caught it. The sky turned dark." Meng Chao frowned. When the sky changed, he and Wu Yunliang were in the stone room, so they didn't know. Now that he heard Tan Tan's words, he immediately felt that something was wrong. The sky turned dark for half an hour? Then this fish came out of the soil? Meng Chao Ran looked up at the sky, and his eyes flashed with a trace of worry. The things of the divine clan have not appeared in this world for a long time. Why did this divine chi-gathering fish suddenly appear? It was morning, so why did the sky suddenly turn dark? Could it be that the sky is going to change? Meng Chao Ran thought hard. After a long time he finally gave up. However, from his expression, it seemed that he had added another worry to his mind. Chu Yang also blinked his eyes in confusion. He also didn't know that after he obtained the sword point of the calamity sword and fused with it, such an earth-shattering feat would happen. Tan Tan, since you found this fish, then let's do it. Then you can make a fish tank and raise it in your room. Meng Chao Ran's expression returned to normal. Yes, master. Chu Yang and I have always been in the same room. This way we can both use it. Haha. Tan Tan laughed happily. From today onwards, Chu Yang and you will sleep separately. Meng Chao Ran's face sank. Why? Tan Tan cried out in disappointment. No reason. Chu Yang has other important things to do. Then let's put this fish in Chu Yang's room. Tan Tan said with a sad face, although I also need it. Chu Yang is about to go out on a dangerous mission. He needs it even more than I do. Even if it can only improve a little, it is still good. Well, it would be best if Chu Yang takes it with him when he goes out. Then he can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth anytime and anywhere. Chu Yang's heart was shocked. He turned around and looked at Tan Tan. He only felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He didn't speak for a long time. Meng Chao Ran had already explained the benefits of the divine chi-gathering fish. Although Tan Tan was a little unreliable, he was not stupid. He could not understand. However, he didn't even think of monopolizing such a priceless treasure. He even wanted to give it to him without batting an eyelid. Although he didn't want to give it to him, he still wanted to give it to him. Why? Meng Chao Ran's eyes were full of gratification. I am here with Master. There is no danger. Tan Tan said seriously. Chu Yang needs it more than I do. Silly boy. Meng Chao Ran stretched out his hand and stroked Tan Tan's head. If you want to protect Chu Yang, you must improve your strength first. When your brother needs your help, you will be able to use your greatest strength. If Chu Yang goes out with this thing, it will lead to a fatal disaster. Do you understand? Tan Tan suddenly opened his mouth and hurriedly said, Then I will keep it. Then he looked at Chu Yang with some embarrassment. Chu Yang, I am not stingy. This, I understand. Chu Yang hugged his shoulder and said deeply, Good brother. Tan Tan, how did you know I was going out? Chu Yang asked. You have been preparing these past few days, but you didn't tell me. I am not stupid. We have been together for more than 10 years. If you don't tell me, it will be dangerous. Tan Tan snorted and said, Moreover, Master has been with you a lot these past few days. If I didn't know, then I would have been stupid. Chu Yang laughed. Tan Tan snorted and suddenly said seriously, Chu Yang, I don't know where you are going, but I will practice seriously and help you in the future. Good. I will wait for you. When the time comes, let us brothers work together to reverse the world. Chu Yang was full of heroic spirit and shouted. He only felt a sense of confidence in his heart. With such a good brother, how can I not work hard? One must know that this reversal will change Tan Tan's fate. Chapter 45. For the next 3 days, Meng Chao Ran gave Chu Yang a comprehensive training. In these 3 days, the master and disciple stayed in the same room. Meng Chao Ran practiced all the skills he knew. He patiently instilled his own Jianghu experience and the things he needed to pay attention to. Although Chu Yang was clear about these, he enjoyed the feeling of being cared for by his master. Therefore, when Meng Chao Ran spoke, he listened very seriously. She tried her best to enjoy the warmth of that moment. This warmth, he missed it in his previous life. But in this life, Chu Yang did not want to miss it. He knew that if he did not listen, Meng Chao Ran would not say anything, but his heart would feel very uncomfortable. Chu Yang did not want his master to feel uncomfortable. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, Chu Yang stepped out of his room and looked at the early morning mist. He took a deep breath. His eyes were somewhat reluctant. Today he would leave here. This time he did not know when he would come back, or if he could come back. There was a heavy rain last night. The entire purple bamboo garden was washed clean. Meng Chao Ran said early in the morning that he would go up the mountain to pick herbs. Chu Yang knew that his master could not bear to leave, so he simply hid. A scream came from the toilet. Then Tan Tan dashed out and brought along a burst of strong stench. His whole body was filthy. Chu Yang could not help but be stunned. Why was this guy still holding the divine qi gathering fish in his hand? Tan Tan's face was full of awkwardness and depression as he brushed past him. Then he rushed into the room and threw the divine qi gathering fish into the fish tank with a dong sound. Then he took off his clothes and ran out naked. He carried a wooden bucket to the side of the pond and poured water on his head. After several buckets, the stench faded a little. Chu Yang was originally feeling sentimental, but he was confused by Tan Tan. This little guy was like a psychopath. What was he doing? Did he fall into a cesspool early in the morning? Tan Tan finally cleaned himself up. He jumped into the room and put on a set of clothes at lightning speed. Then he rolled the dirty clothes into a ball and threw them out. Then he came out with a wry smile, his face scrunched up like a bitter gourd. Before he could say anything, he let out a deep sigh. What's wrong? Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. Don't mention it. Tan wanted to cry, but had no tears. It turned out that ever since this guy obtained the divine qi-gathering fish, he treated it like a treasure and kept it in his fish tank. From time to time, he would feed them some food and water plants. But a day later, he turned over in the fish tank. No matter how Tan teased her, she didn't respond. It floated in the fish tank with its belly turned over, without any signs of life. When Tan picked him up today, he discovered that his body had become stiff. He sighed sadly and held the fish in his hand. Coincidentally, he was going to the toilet, so he took it with him. He thought that, since it was dead, he might as well throw it into the toilet. But after he threw the fish into the cesspool, the most unexpected thing happened. The fish actually scuttled around in the dirty water of the latrine. It was extremely lively. Tan was completely helpless, so he had no choice but to jump down and grab it again. The most tragic thing was there was a heavy rain last night. Tan almost swam in the latrine. Cough, cough. Ha 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 ha. After listening to this matter, Chu Yang held his stomach and was out of breath. His whole body was twitching with laughter. Even in his dreams, he would never have thought that this guy would make such a blunder. Tan sighed. His face was full of tragedy. He cursed bitterly. How would I know what happened to this dead fish? It stayed in the fish tank, motionless like a corpse. After I threw it into the latrine, it actually became lively. Does this dead fish only move in smelly places? Chu Yang rubbed his stomach. Snot and tears flowed down his face. You idiot. The divine qi-gathering fish absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It also needs to digest it. If it absorbs enough, it will stop moving. It will quietly digest the spiritual energy and then move on to the next step. Therefore, during the time when it is digesting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it is the best time for a martial artist to use it to cultivate. And you actually threw it into the latrine. Tan's mouth opened into the shape of a goose egg. Why didn't you say so earlier? You idiot. Chu Yang said resentfully, this divine qi-gathering fish can survive even if it is buried deep underground. How can you die if you are kept in a fish tank? Use that stupid head of yours and think carefully. Besides, it relies on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to live. It is useless no matter what you feed it. throwing it into the latrine. You really did it. If other people knew that you had a divine chi-gathering fish and threw it into the latrine, I guess all the martial artists in the world would come to kill you. Tan Tan sighed and said, It's not easy for me either. My clothes are ruined. Look at my hands. He extended his hands as he spoke and put them under his nose to smell them. Then he exposed an expression as if he wanted to vomit. I will use these hands to eat later. How can I eat like this? You deserve it. Chu Yang thought for a moment. He could not help but laugh. He went into the fish tank and saw the pitiful divine chi gathering fish jumping back and forth. It was vomiting and having diarrhea. It seemed that this fish was disgusted. Hurry up and change the water, Chu Yang yelled. Tan quickly did as he was told. After changing the water 7 or 8 times, the divine chi-gathering fish finally calmed down. It lay at the bottom of the water with its belly bulging. It seemed that it had some hidden bitterness. It seemed that this time it had to take a good rest. Chu Yang did not expect that when he left, he would laugh to the point of tears. It was not until he had walked far away that he heard Tan Tan's hoarse voice shouting, Chu Yang, take care of yourself. I will come and find you. I will help you. His voice was choked with sobs as he shouted. Chu Yang's footsteps paused, but he did not look back. He just waved his hand, turned around, and disappeared from Tan Tan's sight. You must not die. Tan Tan screamed. Tears streamed down his face. He suddenly squatted on the ground and sobbed. He did not know what Chu Yang was going to do, but he knew that Chu Yang's mission this time was extremely dangerous. Otherwise, his master would not have reacted like that. Tan was very worried and sad. Chu Yang's heart was a little sour, but he held on and did not look back. Step by step he left. In the distance, on top of a mountain, Meng Chao ran bathed in the rising sun. His eyes were fixed on his brother as he left step by step. His hands were tightly clenched into fists. In his right hand there was a piece of paper. On the paper, Chu Yang had written a few words. Fleeting snow cloud steps. You need to lie down, reverse the flow of your internal energy, and push forward from the last step. Chu Yang floated on the mountain path. On his back there was a small bag. He walked out of beyond the heavens, sect alone, embarking on a lonely journey, facing a fate that had become uncertain. Chu Yang's heart suddenly felt a faint sense of melancholy. He suddenly remembered a few words. This time I will not look back even if I have to go through a mountain of blades and a sea of flames. This time I will walk the path of Jianghu in death. This time I will laugh proudly at the world. From now on, I will go straight to the heavens without looking back. These words were from a very popular song in his previous life, Jianghu Journey. Mo Qing once played and sang the song. Chu Yang had a deep impression of it. Thinking about it, Chu Yang could not help but smile. He murmured, This journey there will be a reversal of the heavens. This journey there will be a reincarnation of destiny. This journey I will accompany you to laugh at the world of mortals. This journey there will be a reversal of the heavens. He softly hummed a few lines of lyrics that he added. He walked out of beyond the heavens sect, out of the range of the first garden peak. He did not even look back. The young man's hair casually fell down, covering half of his face. From the fluttering hair, a pair of eyes calmly watched the world. His gaze was like a knife, as if it wanted to split the world. The rising sun shone on his body, dragging his shadow. The dense fog in the mountain forest added a layer of bright red color to his back. Chapter 46. On the main road, a carriage was slowly moving. In front and behind the carriage, 8 riders with cold faces urged their horses forward. An old coachman with gray hair squinted his eyes and held a whip in his hand. His expression was somewhat indifferent as he looked forward. With the crisp sound of the whip, he left a long stretch of road behind. Dust flew everywhere. Inside the carriage, there was an old man with a thin face. He was frowning slightly as if he was thinking about something. This old man was the world's #1 godly doctor, Du Shiqing. This time, he was going from Great Zhao to Iron Cloud Nation. Senior Du, you only have one mission on this trip to Iron Cloud. That is to use your heaven-reversing divine hand to help the Iron Cloud Nation's dying emperor hold on for a while longer. Do not let him die too early. This was what the Prime Minister of the Empire, Du Qingro, had personally received him and solemnly said. Du Shiqing also understood why he wanted the Iron Cloud Nation's emperor to live a little longer. Although Iron Cloud Nation was currently under the Prime Minister's control, the Prime Minister was not the emperor. There were some things that were not legitimate. As long as the Iron Cloud Nation's emperor could hold on for a single breath, then Iron Cloud Nation would never be a monolithic entity. Even if Tai Butian was a genius, as long as he did not dare to kill his own father, then there was nothing he could do. Tai Shicheng's one more month of life was one more month of time for Great Zhao. It was best to delay until everything was ready, and the war broke out. At that time, the biggest flaw of Iron Cloud Nation's Prime Minister is not the Emperor would be exposed. However, this mission was extremely difficult. Only Du Shiqing knew how difficult it was. Du Shiqing smiled bitterly and sighed. Years ago, when Tai Shicheng was in his prime, he was fighting with Great Zhao on the battlefield. At that time, Du Qingro was only a grand secretary with the responsibility of supervising the army. He secretly hired the best archer in the world to assassinate Tai Shicheng. In the midst of the chaos, he shot an arrow at Tai Shicheng. The arrow was poisoned. At that time, Tai Shicheng was blocked by a guard. The arrow first went through the guard's chest and then pierced Tai Shicheng's body. The killing power was not strong, but that poison almost took Tai Shicheng's life. It was also Du Qingro who privately hired him with a large sum of money. He wanted him to work for the country, but in the end, he treated Tai Shicheng's injuries. In his entire life, he had only done one thing that violated medical ethics. He had cured Tai Shicheng's poison, but had also planted another incurable chronic poison in his body. The poison slowly eroded Tai Shicheng's body, just like how Great Zhao had slowly eroded Iron Cloud Nation, injuring him, but not letting him die. These past few years, Du Qingro had taken advantage of the war with Iron Cloud Nation and continued to make contributions. He continued to increase his qualifications and capital, whether it was the military or the government. Du Qingro's contributions were second to none. To this day, he was the #1 person in the empire, second only to the emperor. He had been doing meritorious deeds and fighting battles, but he had always allowed Iron Cloud Nation to retain the power to resist and not be destroyed. He treated Iron Cloud Nation as his own meritorious service base. Only now did he truly begin to clean up Iron Cloud Nation, because he was already at the peak. With Du Qingro's current power, even the emperor would not be able to do anything to him. Du Qingro's use of trickery had reached the acme of perfection. At this point, Tai Shicheng's body was beyond saving. He only had one breath left. If it were not for the amazing Butian Tai, perhaps Iron Cloud Nation would have already become Great Zhao's territory. And now, he still had to clean up after what he had done? Du Shiqing sighed deeply. The road ahead was long. Chu Yang stood on top of a mountain. Using the cover of the dense forest, he quietly watched the slowly approaching group of horses. His palm slightly tightened, and a piece of paper with the words, "Iron Cloud Nation has hired the #1 genius doctor in the world, Du Shiqing, to go to Iron Cloud Citadel. Early in the morning, he will pass by Evil Tiger Ridge." Then, without pausing, his body shot through the forest like a meteor and rushed down the mountain. This was the path he had planned for a long time ago. Du Shiqing was the key to it. To enter Iron Cloud Nation and reverse fate, it was not as simple as entering a country. After entering, he needed to be valued. Besides being valued, he also needed to gain trust. Only after gaining trust could he gain power. All of this had to be done in a short period of time. At the latest, he needed 2 years to complete the journey that an ordinary person would take in a lifetime. Chu Yang's task was not easy, but he did not look back. Du Shiqing was the beginning of Chu Yang's plan. Neigh. The strong horse let out a long neigh and stopped its steps. In front of the carriage, a young man had already landed. He was dressed in black and had a handsome face. His expression was calm with a hint of excitement as he eagerly looked at the carriage. "Who is it?" The 8 riders reined in their horses at the same time. 3 swords and 5 sabers left their sheaths at the same time. "Is the person in the carriage the number 1 genius doctor in the world, the one known as the compassionate saint, Du Shiqing?" The young man in black's eyes were filled with excitement. He was full of gratitude and respect. Looking inside the carriage, he did not seem to notice the shining sabers and swords around him. "Who are you?" The leading rider's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. He coldly looked at the young man and did not let down his guard. At the same time that the remaining few used their auras to lock onto the young man, they spread out without leaving a trace and guarded the carriage tightly from all directions. "Am I?" The young man took another step forward. He appeared to be very anxious. "Whether I am or not, it has nothing to do with you." The leading rider coldly said, "Back off." He could see that the young man did not have any evil intentions, but this was a very important matter. He had to be careful. "If you are Senior Du, please come out and meet me." The young man said unyieldingly, "Presumptuous!" With a loud shout, 3 sabers flew out at the same time and chopped toward the young man. The young man in black seemed to be startled. Suddenly, his face showed a hint of anger. He twisted his body and dodged left and right between the sabers. The sabers were like a waterfall, but he was able to move freely between the sabers. He suddenly attacked. His hands were like the claws of an eagle. With a clang, a saber fell to the ground. The leading rider also felt his wrist go numb. His saber almost flew out of his hand. He could not help but be startled. He quickly dismounted and shouted, "Form a formation to meet the enemy!" The 7 riders dismounted at the same time. They were ready to fight. The sabers were faintly discernible. "Wait!" Du Shiqing shouted from inside the carriage. Then he calmly said, "Young master, this old man is Du Shiqing. May I know what is the matter?" After he finished speaking, he lifted the curtain and revealed his face. "Senior Du, be careful. This person's origin is unknown. He has ulterior motives." 2 guards immediately stood guard in front of the carriage with their swords. "It really is divine, Dr. Du." The young man in black was so excited that his face turned red. He suddenly ignored the sabers and swords in front of him and stared at Du Shiqing. Step by step, he walked forward without any defense. After 2 steps, his body touched the saber. The leading rider did not intend to withdraw his saber. He just stood there. The young man felt the stinging sensation of the saber piercing his skin. He looked down and smiled embarrassedly. Suddenly, he bowed deeply toward Du Shiqing. This strange action caused everyone to be inexplicably flabbergasted. "Senior Du, do you remember 8 years ago when you practiced medicine to help the world?" At that time, under the evil Tiger Ridge, the 2 countries were at war. Senior Du's kind hands saved the dying and helped the wounded? That time, when you came out to pick herbs, you passed by a mountain village and saved a mountain couple? Chapter 47. An Iron Cloud Nation's Emperor Tai Shicheng's injury was treated by him during that time. Senior did not only save my parents, but when he saw that my family was poor, he did not ask for anything. Before he left behind an ingot of silver. Senior Du's great kindness is something my family will never forget. The young man in black saw that Du Shiqing seemed to be thinking and could not help but smile even more. His tone became even more emotional. At that time, my parents were seriously ill and the family had no means of support. We only survived because of the ingot of silver Senior Du left behind. Senior Du's kindness to my family is as high as the sky and as deep as the earth. So that's how it is. Du Shiqing seemed to vaguely remember such a thing, but he had no recollection of it. It was as if he only remembered it because the other person mentioned it. However, he had done so many things like this in his life. Even if he did remember, it would have already been blurred by now. However, it had to be said that the feeling of being able to repay a debt of gratitude and being recognized by everyone in the world made everyone feel very happy. Yes, regarding this matter, my late father Chu Daji told me more than once that when I grew up, I must find Senior Du and repay this kindness. Before my late father died, he was still brooding over not being able to repay Senior Du, the young man in black said with tears in his eyes. The heavens have taken pity on me. Today, I finally found out about Senior Du's whereabouts and was able to talk to him face to face to express my gratitude. If my late father knew about this, he would definitely be very happy. As he spoke, his eyes became red. This Du appreciates your kind intentions, father. Du Shiqing could not help but have a feeling of passing clouds. He sighed and said, the past is gone. What is it? Your father has already passed away? Yes, my late father went into the mountains to hunt a tiger 3 years ago. Unfortunately, the young man in black said with a choked voice, unfortunately, your father was a good man. A good man. Du Shiqing actually did not remember this until now. However, from the other person's description, this father was poor and was saved by him. For many years, he did not forget this kindness and never forgot to repay it. Even in his death, he did not forget to repay this kindness. Moreover, going into the mountains to hunt a tiger and fighting a tiger was truly a good man. Such a good man was, of course, a good man. Unconsciously, Du Shiqing also felt that he had done a good deed. Although Dong Xuebing's memory is blurry, he is still a teenager, and he can't fake his feelings for her. Senior Du finally remembered. The black-clothed youth shouted happily, my name is Chu Yang. I have seen Senior Du before. Time, you're all grown up now. Du Shiqing stroked his beard and smiled. He felt very comforted. At this moment, there was a feeling of having a descendant of an old friend. He could not help but sigh. If your father could see your skills today, he would be smiling like a spring. Yes, before the new year, this humble one followed my master and practiced martial arts. Chu Yang looked a little embarrassed as he said, cough, cough. I finally met Mr. Du today. I also know that Senior Du is going to Iron Cloud this time. Although I am not strong enough, I am willing to escort Senior Du all the way and do my best. There is no need for that, right? Du Shiqing said with some hesitation. Could it be that Senior Du does not even want to give me a chance to repay you? Chu Yang said sadly, I know my martial arts are low, but this is my sincerity. I want to fulfill my father's dying wish. I ask Senior Du to fulfill my wish. At this point, there were no more questions. Even the 8 horsemen's attitude toward Chu Yang changed greatly. One of them even patted Chu Yang's shoulder and said with a smile, Good, you say your martial arts are low? The 3 of us were not able to stop you. Chu Yang said humbly, That was because big brothers let me go. Seeing my age, you did not want to use too much force. Otherwise, wouldn't you have cut me in half? The horsemen all laughed. Although everyone knew that Chu Yang did not hold back, it was also true that he did not use his full strength. They liked this guy's tactfulness, receiving someone's favor, not forgetting it, persevering to fulfill his father's dying wish. This was a great display of loyalty and filial piety. Such a person, no matter where he went, would be welcomed. Very well. Since we are old friends, you should follow me. When we reach Iron Cloud, we will see if there is an opportunity to find a promotion for you," Du Shiqing said with a smile. The 8 horsemen all looked at Du Shiqing with admiration. Du Shiqing's recommendation, especially at a time when Iron Cloud Nation needed his help. How rare was this? It could be said that as long as Du Shiqing opened his mouth, this young man's future would be bright. "I do not dare. I am not interested in those things," Chu Yang said casually with a disheartened expression. "I only need to confirm that Senior Du is safely in Iron Cloud. Then I can leave with peace of mind. Although I am not a good person, it is better to stay away from those things. I don't want to lose my head for no reason at any time." How could Chu Yang not know that this was Du Shiqing's last test? Du Shiqing put on an expression as if he did not care about fame and reputation. He also put on an expression as if he was trying his best to hide his despair. Hearing this, even the old coachman's expression relaxed. Du Shiqing shook his head and laughed. "Very well, since that is the case, you can follow me." Chu Yang's sadness immediately turned into joy. He jumped up and said, "Thank you, Senior Du." Du Shiqing saw that this young man was so happy and could not help but laugh heartily. Little did he know that this young man, who was honest, kind, filial, and righteous in his eyes, was so happy that he almost vomited. Du Shiqing also did not know that the so-called sincere memories and last words were all fake. Chu Yang did not even know his own identity, so how could he have a Chu Da Ji? Chapter 48. Oh, everyone, including Du Shiqing, let out a long sigh as if they understood everything. Then, they looked at Chu Yang with sympathetic eyes. This kind of snatching away someone's love was too common, especially between martial brothers. There were some things that could not be said. Chu Yang cooperated and put on a painful expression. His 2 hands hugged his head and curled up. His 10 fingers tightly grabbed his hair and even pulled out a lot of hair. It was enough to show how much pain he was in. "Sigh." Du Shiqing sighed and said heavily, "This matter, no one should mention it again." The 8 riders agreed together. Even the old coachman's eyes softened as he looked at Chu Yang. It was no wonder that when she asked him that day, this little guy showed a desperate and helpless look. So that was the reason. "Thank you." Chu Yang lowered his head and gratefully said in a hoarse voice. Then he said in a painful tone, "Once I complete my father's last wish and repay Mr. Du's great kindness, I will disappear from this world. Ha! From now on, I will be alone in the mountains. A man does not have to worry about not having a wife." Du Shiqing patted his shoulder and comforted him. "You don't have to care so much." Chu Yang nodded heavily and sighed, but did not say anything. It was clear that his mood was difficult to get rid of. After this matter, the attitude of the people in the group toward Chu Yang changed greatly. There was a faint sense of closeness. He was loyal, filial, infatuated, and endured humiliation. Such a rare young man, Chu Yang's performance had completely conquered these people. Even Chu Yang himself did not know that he had gained so many advantages in just a moment. The leader even sighed and patted Chu Yang's shoulder. "Little brother, you don't have to be like this. Look on the bright side. As long as you have money, there are many beautiful girls in the kiln." Chu Yang nodded, sorrowfully. He raised his head and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Even though no one said anything, the way they looked at Chu Yang softened a lot. The weak, no matter what time it was, would always arouse people's sympathy. 34, even the old coachman, who had always been by the side of the horse, sighed deeply. He lifted the sole of his shoe and tapped the ash from his cigarette. The pair of eyes that had seen through the world also seemed a little misty. Chu Yang sighed, but in his heart he knew that Du Shiqing's test was over. The only thing left was to go to Iron Cloud Nation. Iron Cloud Nation's old foxes were not as easy to fool as Du Shiqing. Du Shiqing was a divine physician of his generation. Legend has it that no matter what kind of illness it was, when it came to him, it would be cured. However, he was just a doctor, and his medical skills were superb. Everyone was polite to him, so he might not have much experience in dealing with people. Chu Yang also knew that a few years later, Du Shiqing's reputation would be ruined because of this incident in Iron Cloud Nation. Later on, for some unknown reason, the Iron Cloud monarch's illness was exposed. It turned out that Du Shiqing had done this many years ago. This matter caused a huge uproar in the entire lower three heavens. Du Shiqing also exploded because of this matter. Faced with the accusations of all the heroes of the world, he admitted to this matter and silently committed suicide. Just like that, a divine physician of a generation was reduced to dust. Perhaps he was just a doctor, or perhaps he had no other choice, but what was done was done. Chu Yang did not feel any special pity for him. Along the way, he had deceived and used Du Shiqing, so he did not feel any guilt. However, in these past few days, he could see that this kind divine physician was not a bad person. Perhaps it was just a confrontation between two countries, each with their own master. After all, he was a citizen of Great Zhao. In the end, perhaps he was just a sacrifice, a tool used by Du Qingro to appease the people after he conquered Iron Cloud Nation. As for these 8 riders, after careful observation, Chu Yang was finally certain. Among these 8 people, there was no one from Golden Horse Rider's department. From the looks of it, the 8 of them were pure warriors and did not seem to be scheming at all. Furthermore, their cultivation wasn't very high. They should be around grade 5 martial warriors. These kinds of people would be more than enough to deal with a small thief, but if they wanted to deal with a master, they would not be able to do so. It seemed that Du Shiqing was just pretending. The only real expert was the old man driving the carriage. Perhaps Du Shiqing himself was a master, but whether it was in the previous life or the present, Chu Yang had never heard of this kind divine physician's martial arts. Chu Yang, how old are you? While Chu Yang was silent, the mysterious old coachman came over with a smoking pipe and asked such a question. 10. Chu Yang was afraid that someone would come to talk to him, because his grief was just a pretense. If he talked too much, what would he do if he was exposed? 10. It seems that you know about the matters between men and women quite early. The old coachman revealed a wretched smile, revealing 2 rows of yellow teeth. However, a light flashed in his eyes, making Chu Yang realize that this old coachman was not here to make small talk. This kind of thing is hard to explain. In fact, even now I am still confused. Chu Yang sighed and said with disappointment, in this world, there are many things that are always peaceful, but once lost, they become unforgettable, You are right. After the old coachman heard these words, he was silent for a long time. Then he smiled faintly and said, always peaceful, it becomes unforgettable. It's late, let's go to sleep. After saying this, he sat next to the fire and stared blankly at the flickering flames, not saying a word. The flickering flames reflected in his dim, yellow eyes, and for a moment he seemed to be in a daze. This actually made Chu Yang a bit surprised. This was the last time this old coachman came to test him. Chu Yang was very clear about this. But why did he give up after he said such a sentence? After thinking about it carefully, Chu Yang sighed. It's in a peaceful and quiet place that things become unforgettable. It turned out that this saying wasn't something that was said casually. Just like in his previous life, he and Emo Qinggu had gone through many earth-shattering events together. But after Emo Qinggu passed away, he couldn't help but recall those memories. What lingered in his heart for a long time was still that simple warmth, that calm gentleness, not those so-called major events. Who hasn't been young before? Who hasn't been young before? Chu Yang was thinking about this when he suddenly heard the old coachman murmur a sentence that was actually the same as what he was thinking. He could not help but look at each other in surprise. The old coachman turned his head and looked at him with a smile in his eyes. "Old Coachman Gao, don't talk about youth. It's already winter here." The leader of the knights held a wine bag and laughed loudly, raising it up and gulping it down. The other 7 knights also burst into laughter. Old Coachman Gao snorted and suddenly flicked his pipe. A spark flew out and landed directly in the wine bag that the big man had just moved away from his mouth. The wine bag still had more than half of the wine. When such a weak spark flew in, the flame actually jumped up a few feet high with a bang. The leader of the knights was careless and half of his hair was burned. For a moment, the smell of burnt pig feet filled the air. He could not help but yell and angrily said, "Old Coachman Gao, are you serious?" Old Coachman Gao snorted and slowly walked away with his pipe in his hand. The leader of the knights spat and angrily watched him walk away, but he did not dare to speak again. Chu Yang's eyes suddenly shrank. Looking at the receding figure of Old Coachman Gao, his eyes revealed a trace of fear. Old Coachman Gao's move looked simple, but Chu Yang knew that it was not easy. Half of the wine bag was at least 3 or 4 pounds of wine. Even if a torch was thrown in, it would be immediately extinguished. Let alone a small spark like this. This required good eyesight, timing, and a strong martial power. These were not the things that Chu Yang was most afraid of. Chapter 49. This tall old man was clearly a human. How could he know how to control fire like the divine clan? Could it be that Du Shiqing's bodyguard's background is not simple? Also, wasn't this journey a bit too peaceful? While Chu Yang was thinking, the calamity sword in his dantian suddenly jumped. A sense of extreme danger rose from his heart. All the hairs on his body stood on end. His eyes turned cold, and he didn't even turn around to check. His body spun, rolled, and bounced up. He made a turn in the air and immediately moved from the side of the fire to behind a tree. The movement of his body at this moment was almost unbelievable. Immediately after, there was a sharp whistling sound. A large stone slab, several feet wide, fell from the sky. It smashed towards Du Shiqing's position. His grasp of the position was extremely precise. Du Shiqing was within the stone's attack range. Right in the middle. Old Man Gao shouted angrily. His old body suddenly became as agile as a leopard. He leaped forward, but it was too late. At this moment, Chu Yang suddenly appeared next to the stone slab. A sword appeared out of nowhere in his hand and stabbed forward, like a poisonous snake. The tip of the sword pierced the edge of the stone slab like a poisonous dragon. Dang! This large stone slab was originally fiercely spinning as it smashed down. But when this sword appeared, it just happened to stab into the gap between the spinning, causing the speed of this large stone slab to slow down by a tiny bit. It was like a huge mountain falling right onto the tip of a lever. The subtlety of this moment was indescribable. Immediately after, the stone slab's counterforce exploded like thunder. Chu Yang, who was holding the sword, felt as if his chest was hit by the stone slab. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flipped back in the air. But in the end, he managed to buy some time. Even if it was an insignificant amount of time, a normal person would not even be able to blink. But with this slight delay, Old Man Gao's body was already in between the stone slab and the ground. He angrily shouted and punched the air. A white light flashed on his fist, and the several thousand gene stone slab was suddenly smashed into pieces like a rain of stones. Du Shiqing was safe and sound. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Pitch-black arrows rained down from the top of the mountain, shrouding the area in all directions. Formation! Meet the enemy! The leader of the knights shouted, and the 8 of them rolled on the ground in an orderly manner. They nimbly moved to the side of their war horses, and in the next moment, a round shield appeared in their hands. Although they dodged quickly, there was still a knight who was hit in the shoulder and calf at the same time. The iron arrow pierced through the air with pieces of flesh and blood. Before he could finish his scream, 3 of his companions' shields had already covered his entire body. Thud, thud, thud. The iron arrows formed an iron curtain in an instant. Puff, puff. The sound of the arrows piercing the ground was like rain hitting a sandpit. The ground of several hundred feet had turned into a huge hedgehog. Old Man Gao screamed, and his body turned into a gray whirlwind. 20 or 30 arrows were caught in his hand before they hit the ground. With a shake of his hand, they turned into dozens of black lightning bolts and were reflected back. He did not look at the result. Without stopping, he picked up Du Shiqing. His body flashed like a gray fog, and he was already next to the carriage. In the next moment, Du Shiqing was stuffed back into the carriage. With a series of popping sounds, the incoming arrows suddenly changed direction and rained down on the carriage. The huge force shook the whole carriage, but not a single arrow could penetrate it. This carriage was actually specially made. In the darkness of the forest, there was the sound of arrows being deflected by the tall old man hitting a tree. There was also a short scream. Old Man Gao's body flashed in the next moment. His face was covered with a layer of green. His first reaction was not to kill the enemy, but to look at Chu Yang's direction. Only he knew how difficult Chu Yang's sword was. If it was not for that sword, everything would have been unimaginable. Whether it was the timing, the position, the control of the power, or the choice of direction to dodge, they were all extremely difficult to come by. That sword was simply a stroke of genius. This young man was only a martial warrior. Even if he was a peak martial master, his sword would be useless against such a huge rock falling from the top of the mountain. However, Chu Yang was able to use that sword to block it. Even though it was only a small gap, it was enough to buy some time. After that sword strike, an ordinary green steel sword was not damaged at all. The price was only a mouthful of blood. This was simply unimaginable. The opponent's choice of timing was also very strange. They were already in Iron Cloud Nation's territory. Nothing happened along the way, but they were ambushed here. Moreover, the opponent did not ambush them in the middle of the night, but at dusk. Everything happened so suddenly that it felt as if a group of bandits had suddenly found a fat sheep and decided to make a last-minute robbery. Even Old Man Gao, who had been in Jianghu for his entire life, was not prepared. But Chu Yang was able to use that sword strike in such a hurry. It was a sword strike filled with a mystical aura. It was as if everything had been rehearsed thousands of times in advance. Old Man Gao knew that no one would rehearse like this. This was not a coincidence, and it was not premeditated. When he looked at where Chu Yang was standing, he found that Chu Yang, who was originally rolling there, was nowhere to be seen. The 8 knights formed a shield formation and moved slowly. Gradually, they arrived near the carriage and protected the entire carriage. Old Man Gao wanted to chase after them, but after thinking about it, he did not move. He only ordered the carriage to slowly move away. The horses that pulled the carriage had already turned into 2 huge iron porcupines. Half of the horses of the 8 riders were also shot dead. Old Man Gao's body swayed. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the horse corpses were thrown into the air. In a very short time, the corpses of the horses were lined up in a row, blocking the view from the forest. Then he covered his chest with both hands and was on full alert. He looked around vigilantly and retreated step by step. Their mission was only to protect Du Shiqing, not to kill the enemy. While he was doing this, the enemy did not react at all. Up until now, the attacker did not even say a word. Except for the 2 screams at the beginning, everything was like a pantomime. The rain of arrows stopped abruptly. Everything returned to silence as if nothing had happened. From the extreme intensity to the extreme silence, there was no buffer at all. As the rain of arrows disappeared, the boundless twilight reigned over the earth. The world was suddenly filled with an oppressive atmosphere that made it hard for people to breathe. The enemy's attack was not limited to this. This was something that everyone was clear about. But who was the enemy? Which side did they belong to? Was it Great Zhao, Iron Cloud, or Limitless? Or were there others? All of this was hidden in the fog. But no matter which side it was, it must have been premeditated for a long time. It was not until they retreated 10 feet that there was a reaction from the forest. After a series of strange noises, a sharp sound pierced through the air. A black shadow shot out from the forest, like an angry dragon, with an unstoppable momentum. It arrived in front of the carriage in the blink of an eye. The void behind the black shadow was already trembling from this tyrannical power. One arrow, however, the body of the arrow was actually 3 feet long. As if it came from hell, it was full of the smell of death. Under the cover of night, it viciously shot towards the carriage. Chapter 50. Siege Crossbow. Bastard. Manager Gao roared. In the next moment, a faint flame appeared in his hand as he threw a punch. Control fire. With a bang, the tip of the black, dragon-like arrow exploded. Sparks flew in all directions. However, the arrow's momentum was still the same. It did not stop and continued to charge forward. After the first punch, Manager Gao roared and threw 18 punches in a row. Each of his fists carried this strange ability to control fire, and each of his fists fiercely struck the tip of the ballista. He was like a hammer, constantly striking the tip of the huge arrow. In other words, the arrow was like a hammer, constantly hitting the tall old man's fist. Qi filled the air and shot in all directions. In the night sky, it was as if hundreds of thousands of fireworks were blooming at the same time. Broken pieces of wood flew in all directions. Manager Gao threw a punch and then shouted, 18 punches. After 18 yells, the 30-foot-long ballista was now only 10 foot long. Manager Gao's back shook, and he was forced to take a few steps back. His back hit the carriage with a heavy thud. However, the crossbow in front of him finally lost its momentum and fell to the ground. The air was filled with the acrid smell of burning flames. Manager Gao's chest heaved up and down as he stared at the forest. In the next moment, his head tilted and he spat out a mouthful of blood. As he spat out the blood, a dark red color appeared on his face and disappeared. His breathing also calmed down. He didn't expect that the enemy would install a siege crossbow in this place. Caught off guard, even with his cultivation base as a saber grandmaster, he still suffered internal injuries from the powerful impact of the siege crossbow. Siege crossbows were specially made by the army to break open the gates of a city. Generally, they were more than 10 meters long and were made directly from a black ironwood tree trunk. The tip was covered with a huge, sharp iron sheet. They were usually soaked in a pool of black oil. Only when attacking a city would they be used. Every time a shot was fired, it required at least 100 strong men to pull the bowstring together. Only then could the shot be used to determine the outcome of a battle. The power of the siege crossbow was enormous and indestructible. Once the siege crossbow was used, then an ordinary city would be destroyed without a doubt. After a moment of silence, a clear clapping sound came from the direction of the dense forest. A voice said, "As expected of the Fire Saber sect, you are indeed impressive. A single ballista could have broken through the city gates, but you blocked it all by yourself. I'm impressed." Following this voice, 8 people quietly appeared from different positions at the same time. Wearing black clothes and a mask, his eyes were cold and sharp. He walked step by step towards the tall old man. The tall old man's pupils shrank. "Who are you people?" One of them snorted coldly and said, "Rumor has it that Fire Saber, Great Master Gao Wei Cheng has already left Jianghu. I didn't expect it to be false." The dignified saber master actually became someone's bodyguard and lived a carefree life like a dog. How enviable. "Gao Wei Cheng, where is your saber?" Manager Gao's body shook. He suddenly straightened his back. His originally stooped body suddenly straightened up. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. He coldly said, "Since you know me, Gao Wei-cheng, then you must not be a nobody. Take off your mask." The last sentence, "Take off your mask," was an earth-shattering roar. That person was not moved at all. He stood up straight and said indifferently, "Gao Wei-cheng, if you take Du Shiqing back, we will not pursue you. Otherwise, today will be the day you, the Fire Saber Great Master, die." Manager Gao looked up to the sky and laughed. Such big words. "Today, I want to see how you will make me stay here." Another person in black sneered. "Fire Saber Great Master? Is it that great?" Suddenly he shouted. Everyone attacked together. "One of you will tie down Gao Wei-cheng. The other two immediately kill Du Shiqing." The 8 people shouted and suddenly unsheathed their sabers and swords and rushed forward at the same time. Manager Gao had already seen that these people's martial arts were not very high, but they were very average. They should all be martial masters. They were still a big step away from him. But this side-by-side charge suddenly brought with it the bitter killing intent of a magnificent army charging at the same time. "You are from Iron Cloud's military?" The opponent's aura was fierce and majestic. Even if a normal martial artist was stronger than them, it would be difficult to bring out this kind of aura. Manager Gao suddenly had an idea and asked loudly. The opponent did not answer. In a flash, they closed in and slashed down with their sabers. Manager Gao shouted, "Protect the carriage!" With a flick of his wrist, a dark red saber suddenly appeared. The moment it appeared, saber light filled the sky like a curtain of rain. However, in this curtain of rain, there were flames floating in all directions. Dang, dang, dang. The sound of weapons hitting each other was endless. In a flash, the 7 people were engaged in a fierce battle. The other 2 people did not care about the battle. With long swords in their hands, they rushed toward the carriage like crazy tigers. If there were no obstacles, Manager Gao was confident that he could kill these 8 people one by one. However, if he wanted to kill all of them in one go, it would be impossible. Moreover, under the attack of the siege crossbow, he had already suffered serious internal injuries. He was even more powerless. At this moment, one of the opponents was holding him back. The other 2 people and the 8 guards could not stop them. He could not help but feel anxious. Chu Yang had already sneaked into the mountain forest when the siege crossbows were opened in a domineering manner. He was like a lone wolf that had pounced into the desert and returned to his territory. After thrusting out the sword, he immediately rolled back. Borrowing a mouthful of blood, he spat out the shock of his internal organs caused by the extreme pressure in his body. Then he kicked off with his 2 feet, stirring up a cloud of dirt on the ground. Using the dirt as cover, his body quickly wriggled on the ground a few times like a large snake, and he had already returned to the back of the big tree from which he had attacked. Then, with a strange movement, he moved from one tree to another. His body stretched out, and he was already at the waist of the tree. Using the branches as cover, he continuously dodged more than 10 trees and went deep into the forest. The whole process was as smooth as the wind blowing through the trees. It was natural. As his body moved, even the branches next to him did not sway in the slightest. Even if it was a top assassin, if they saw Chu Yang's movements at this moment, their eyeballs would fall to the ground. This was the path Chu Yang had chosen a long time ago. When he chose this path, it was even long before the attack. His habit was that no matter where he rested, he would first choose a path of retreat and a path of attack. And his position was between these 2 lines. He could attack if he advanced and defend if he retreated. This kind of ambush was bound to be a large number. Just by looking at the rain of arrows, he knew that passively defending was not a solution. Even if the enemy wanted to exhaust them, they could still exhaust them. The only way was to attack and resolve the crisis. Du Shiqing could not die. Du Shiqing had Manager Gao to protect him. At least, he would not be in danger for a while. Chu Yang was not worried. Therefore, after he made that critical strike, he immediately decided on his next course of action. Into the forest. Chapter 51. The first enemy he saw was a man covered in a layer of trees. Only his eyes could be seen. These two eyes were cold and calm, without any expression. Just by looking at his eyes, Chu Yunxing knew that this person was a warrior who had survived hundreds of battles. This kind of person only has one creed in life: kill the enemy and complete the mission. On the ground in front of him, there was a huge crossbow buried in the ground. On top of it, there were 10 shiny black arrows, ready to fire at any moment. Chu Yang held his breath and moved forward slowly. Now, his body had already reached the top of the tree. Like a silent ghost, he moved forward strangely under the cover of the thick branches. Chu Yunsheng looked down from above. Who knew how many of these shiny arrowheads there were in the vicinity? There were at least 50 people. This was clearly a premeditated ambush. How did the enemy know that this group of people would be resting here? And they even buried the crossbows in advance. Chu Yunsheng looked at the positions of the enemies. Chu Yang frowned. The enemy's positions were too accurate. Every enemy's position was within the line of sight of at least 3 people. This way, they would be able to coordinate with each other. If they were discovered, they would be able to provide support. This was a formation that only the most elite soldiers in the army could set up. If they tried to ambush any one of them, they would be discovered by the other 3. This was because even though the other party's hiding spot was absolutely hidden, to their own people, there was no blind spot in their line of sight. If they wanted to wipe out this group of people silently, there was no other way other than to ambush them. In the middle of the forest, behind a bush, a blurry figure was lying motionless. From the looks of it, he was no different from the others. However, Chu Yang could tell at a glance that this person was a very important person. Because of his position, at least 10 of his companions could see him at the same time. The rest of them could only see at most 5 people. Furthermore, he was in the middle. It was as if he was under the protection of his own people. Beside him, hidden by the branches, there was a huge crossbow. Siege crossbows. At this moment, the tall old man's conversation with the 8 people outside the forest could be heard clearly. If you take Du Shiqing back now, we will not pursue you. Chu Yang's heart suddenly moved when he heard these words. He already had a rough idea of where these people came from. These people had siege crossbows and were very disciplined. They definitely had a military background. Chu Yang's body floated like a ghost as he silently approached this person. Suddenly, his 2 legs kicked off the ground, and he dived down from the top of the tree like lightning. His 10 fingers were like furrows, and he fiercely grabbed at Chu Yang like an eagle hunting for prey. When he was less than 10 feet away from this person, there was a sudden whooshing sound and an arrow flew towards Chu Yang. This arrow seemed to be a signal. At least 30 to 40 arrows flew over like lightning from all directions, making sharp whistling sounds in the air. But apart from the first arrow, the other arrows were obviously a step too late. Chu Yang tilted his body, and the tip of the arrow brushed past the tip of his nose. His hands remained motionless as he grabbed the arrow. Just by looking at the enemy's position, Chu Yang immediately changed his mind and took the initiative to attack. As long as this group discovered him, he would use his speed to disrupt their rhythm. Only then would he be able to break their tight coordination. What he needed to do now was not to kill the enemy, but to disrupt the enemy's deployment. Moreover, this person had the highest probability of having an important identity. As long as he could catch him, he would be able to break this ambush. In order to catch this person, he only had one chance to make a move. This person immediately discovered Chu Yang. His eyes flashed. Although he was surprised, he did not lose his composure. With a loud roar, he nimbly jumped up. Before he had even jumped up, the crossbow in his hands had already changed direction. 10 arrows flew towards Chu Yang with a neat whooshing sound. Then, a saber light flashed and ruthlessly chopped towards Chu Yang's neck. Chu Yang's body floated and dodged the arrows. His right hand flashed and passed through the saber light. His hand did not change, but it turned from a claw to a palm and slapped the back of the man's head. His movements were extremely fast. The burly man's eyes widened in anger and disbelief as he fell to the ground like a log. Although this man's reaction was fast, Chu Yang was in a high position. He fell straight down from the sky. He was originally lying on the ground. When he suddenly changed his posture to meet the enemy, he was caught off guard. Furthermore, Chu Yang's attack was like a thunderbolt. It was so sudden that he did not have time to react. Chu Yang did not wait for him to fall completely. He hooked his right hand and grabbed the man's collar, lifting him up. The moment he landed on the ground, he stomped his feet and jumped up like a spring. More than a dozen crossbow arrows were nailed to the spot where his body had just landed. Chu Yang's body had just jumped up when his feet slammed into a tree. With a loud thud, the tree shook violently. Branches flew everywhere like rain. Chu Yang's body shot out like an arrow leaving the bough. That man's body was close to 200 jin, but when he was grabbed by Chu Yang, it was as light as a feather. It did not affect his speed at all. The rain of arrows was like a waterfall, flying past his front and back. However, Chu Yang did not look at where those arrows came from. He only swayed his body to dodge them. His black clothes were torn to shreds by the arrows, but his skin was not scratched at all. They had clearly seen an arrow pierce through his body, but the next moment, that arrow had already pierced through his clothes. Chu Yang's momentum did not change at all. He was actually moving faster and faster. These people were clearly wary of the person Chu Yang was carrying. They tried their best to avoid that person with every arrow they fired. This made it very convenient for Chu Yang. It also made him even more certain. This person's identity was definitely not simple. Chu Yang's feet continued to stomp on the trees as he shuttled through the dense forest. He was actually as fast as lightning. Swish, swish, swish. Most of the arrows nailed into the trees. In just a breath's time, Chu Yang's afterimages were still moving behind him. However, he was already almost out of the forest. An angry shout came from the front. 3 or 4 people jumped out at the same time and slashed with their sabers. They blocked Chu Yang's path. Chu Yang's eyes flashed. Then he suddenly stomped his feet. His straightforward movement had strangely changed into a straight upward movement. He leaped 30 feet and arrived above these people's heads. Then his feet fiercely stomped on the trunk of a big tree behind him. The big tree shook as if it was spasming. Chu Yang and the big man flew out like a meteor. They left the forest and entered the wilderness. The people lying in ambush could no longer hold back. They revealed themselves and chased after them from all directions. Behind the black masks, everyone's eyes had already lost their calm and coldness. They were filled with anxiety. They had originally planned to wait for the 8 experts to rush out and hold back the majority of the enemy's forces. Then, they would rush out and kill Du Shiqing. Then they would scatter. He did not expect a hothead to barge in and grab the commander's vital point. Now, their plan was completely ruined. Everyone was angry, but at the same time they were also confused. How can the accuracy be so accurate when so many people are here? He grabbed the most important person in the first move? Could it be that he knows how to calculate? What the hell is going on? Chapter 52. The man in Chu Yang's hand was still unconscious and did not know what was happening. Chu Yang did not want to kill him. It was not that Chu Yang did not dare to kill. Killing people was a piece of cake for Chu Yang. His first priority was to solve the crisis in front of him. His second priority was to figure out where these people came from. These people were most likely from Iron Cloud. They were most likely the men of sacrifice who supported Tai Butian. Only these people did not want Du Shiqing to come to Iron Cloud. If Du Shiqing's miraculous hands really helped Tai Shiqing recover, then Iron Cloud Nation would fall into an awkward situation of one country with two rulers. No matter how close the father and son worked together, their subordinates would not necessarily think so. Right now, Tai Butian had become Iron Cloud's spiritual pillar and savior, their only hope. Tai Shiqing's recovery would greatly affect Tai Butian's prestige and the morale of the entire army. This was because no army would be loyal to two leaders at the same time. If that was the case, then Iron Cloud Nation would have to face Diwu Qingro, this kind of matchless hero, without a doubt. If it was really these people, then Chuyang could not kill them. Compared to Great Zhao, Iron Cloud's power was already at a disadvantage. No power should be given up. These men of sacrifice were the treasures of the army. If these people were killed, at least one thing was certain. At least one army would be in chaos. Whether or not it would affect the entire war situation, it would at least affect one part of the war. Therefore, since Chuyang wanted to reverse fate and help Tai Butian defeat Diwu Qingro, he could not bear to kill these people. Chuyang's figure rushed out of the forest like a meteor. Behind him, a large group of men in black chased after him. Chuyang did not care at all. His body rose and fell, and he was already in between the two sides. While he was still in midair, he shouted, "If you still want his life, then all of you stop!" After he finished speaking, his body landed on the ground. He staggered and rolled on the ground with that person. He suddenly stood up and lost his balance again and fell to the ground. His face was red as he gasped for breath. Suddenly he coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground in front of him. From the beginning to the end, he had been holding his breath and had not relaxed at all. The shock to his internal organs was really unimaginable. At this moment, he had just taken his first breath, but his entire body had gone limp, as if he had no strength left in his body. However, the first thing he did was to place the tip of his sword on the burly man's neck. Cold light flashed. He knelt on the ground just like that, holding the burly man's hand and holding his sword horizontally. He was gasping for breath and in an extremely sorry state, but his eyes were as calm and cold as ice. No one doubted that as long as they didn't do as he said, he would definitely chop off the head of this burly man. The situation was already very dangerous. Even though Manager Gao was not at a disadvantage, it was impossible for him to save Du Shiqing. The other side knew that they were no match for the tall old man, so they fought without any regard for their own safety. He tried his best to stall him. Although all of them were injured, they refused to back down. The other two had already jumped onto the carriage. Out of the 8 guards who had accompanied him, 4 of them were already lying on the ground. In the next moment, they would be able to break into the carriage and grab Du Shiqing. However, at this moment, the situation suddenly reversed. It was as if someone had cast a spell on them. They all stared blankly at the young man who had suddenly rushed out. For a long time, they did not make a sound. This young man was in a very sorry state. His clothes were in tatters, and he looked like he was out of breath. The corner of his mouth was stained with blood, and he looked like he was on the verge of death. If it was just one person shouting, then the next moment he would have been greeted with a sword. However, the person he was holding in his hand let everyone know that he was not joking. Even though he was gasping for breath, the sword in his hand did not move an inch. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Let him go!" The leader of the masked men immediately recognized the person Chuyang was holding. He could not help but angrily roar. At this moment, he even felt like he was dreaming. How could this be? Wasn't the general in a heavily guarded place? 100 blood Iron Death soldiers, 8 martial masters, 20 martial warriors and the rest were all martial disciples. Even the weakest one had a grade. Furthermore, there were siege crossbows and 50 divine archers. Such a powerful force could only be gathered by emptying an entire army. They had fully intended to crush the number 1 divine doctor here like a mountain smashing a mosquito. How could the general fall into the hands of the enemy? In a dark night, in a dense forest, and the general was in the center of everyone's heart. He was protected in all directions. How could he appear here? Let him go. Chu Yang panted heavily and laughed. If it were you, would you let him go? You have only captured an insignificant person among us, and you want to threaten us? Ridiculous. Even though the leader of the masked men was anxious, his tone had already calmed down. Insignificant person? Chu Yang laughed and said, so he is just an insignificant person. Suddenly his hand moved, and the tip of his sword made a cut on the man's shoulder. Immediately blood spurted out. The masked men in black, were shocked. One of them even took a step forward with concern. What are you doing? The leader of the masked men in black said angrily. Chu Yang held his sword and looked at him from the corner of his eyes. He said with annoyance, when you said he is an insignificant person, it made me very upset. I can't even hold my sword steadily. Besides, since he is just an insignificant person, you guys continue. Haha, let's divide the work clearly. You guys kill him, I will kill him. As he said, the long sword in his hand moved in a circle. The tip of the sword slowly but firmly pierced into the man's arm. Chu Yang's eyes were full of ridicule. He looked at the masked men in black with provocation. He let the blood flow along the tip of the sword and onto his body. Wait! The leader of the masked men in black, finally, couldn't take it anymore. He stepped forward and asked, what do you want? Very simple. Retreat. Let us go. Chu Yang's panting finally calmed down. He slowly stood up and said shakily, as long as we are safe, I will let this insignificant person go. Haha. When he said the words insignificant person, he deliberately emphasized it and slowed down his tone. He was full of ridicule. You should first pull out your sword. The leader of the masked men in black angrily said, torturing people like this, what kind of hero are you? I have never been a hero, and I am definitely not a hero. Chu Yang slowly pulled out his sword and said coldly, right now I only have one goal, to arrive at Iron Cloud Citadel safely and quietly. I do not want to see anything else. I agree. The leader of the masked men in black said straightforwardly, but how do I know whether I should trust you or not? How can I trust you? Chu Yang said coldly, until now, I have not taken off his mask. Is this not enough? The masked men in black shook their bodies and said, yes, it is enough. Not taking off the mask meant that the other side did not want to make a big deal out of this and left a way out for both sides. Thus, there was room to turn the situation around. If the mask was taken off, with the general's identity, it would be difficult for the other side not to recognize him. At that time, the only option left was to kill him to silence him. He would also have to pay with the general's life. Most importantly, as long as Fire Saber Great Master Gao Wei Cheng wanted to leave, they would not be able to stop him. Du Shiqing was invited by Grand Elder Butian of Iron Cloud with Great Zhao's permission. As long as Gao Wei Cheng escaped and spread the news, it would be over. This could become a serious diplomatic incident between the two countries. Plus, they would become traitors of Iron Cloud. Chapter 53. The large man waved his hand and let out a whistle. The 10 masked large men in black immediately lined up neatly in formation. In the blink of an eye, they formed an impenetrable wall in front of everyone. Their imposing manner showed that they were elites. Manager Gao and the remaining 4 guards felt like they were dreaming. Seeing that the situation was precarious and that the enemy was about to succeed, everyone felt incomparably angry and sullen. Just when they were powerless to reverse the situation, Chu Yang suddenly came out with a person in his hand. Moreover, the first thing he said was for both sides to stop. Yet the other party had actually stopped. Now that they heard what they said, they realized that the person they caught was actually the commander of this group. Fuck! Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Isn't this too awesome? In a moment of life and death, he went into the enemy's camp alone and captured the enemy's leader. Under the encirclement, he calmly returned. With the strength of one person, he turned the situation around in an instant. Is this a myth? Or a legend? It seems like they have never heard of such a thing in real life. Everyone's gaze towards Chu Yang suddenly changed. There is one thing I want to say to him. The leader of the masked men looked at Chu Yang. I want to make sure that he is still alive. No problem. Chu Yang readily agreed. He slapped his palm on the big man's back. From his palm, a colding energy entered his body. The burly man shuddered and immediately sobered up. Seeing his situation clearly, he was furious. He struggled and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Why aren't you killing them?" "But you, don't worry about me," the big man said angrily. "What time is it? Why do you still care about my life?" "Your Excellency, your mask has not been taken off," Chu Yang gently reminded him. "Moreover, you have already lost. In this situation, even if you gave the order to perish together with us, do you think it would be possible? Would your subordinates do it?" The big man choked and angrily cursed. "Bastard! Who are you? Lost? What qualifications do you have to say that we lost?" "My qualifications are," Chu Yang arrogantly said, "now that you have fallen into my hands. I'm the meat and you're the meat." The burly man panted heavily in silence. His eyes were filled with intense humiliation and unwillingness. Suddenly he twisted his neck and slammed into the sword. Cries of surprise rang out. Chu Yang sneered. He lifted him up with one hand and spun him around. Then he kicked his butt and said fiercely, "If you don't listen to me, even if you die, I will take off your mask, strip you naked, and hang you on the flagpole of Iron Cloud Citadel. You can try and see if I can do it." The burly man trembled and finally calmed down. He wasn't afraid of death, but Chu Yang's method was downright vicious. With his reputation in Iron Cloud Nation, if he was humiliated like this even after death, he would not be able to bear it. Not to mention, there was also the prestige of the clan and the reputation of the military. Forget it. He let out a long sigh. All you want is to reach Iron Cloud Citadel safely. I promise you that I will not stop you. But I don't trust you, Chu Yang said coldly. Therefore, I need you to personally escort us. You. The burly man suddenly turned around and glared at Chu Yang. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. This pair of eyes were filled with the power to seize life and death, as well as endless coldness. There was also a kind of arrogance and disdain for life and death. This was definitely a person of high status and power. No need to glare at me. Once we are safe, I will let you go. I know what you are worried about. Don't worry, I will not make things difficult for you, and I will not expose your identity. Even I will not. Chu Yang said calmly, I don't trust your promise, but right now you can only trust me. He paused for a moment and said lightly, You have no other choice. The burly man stared at him for a long time. Then he suddenly snorted and waved his hand. You can all leave. Go and play with them. Big brother. The leader of the group in black stepped forward and suddenly threw his saber on the ground. He opened his arms and walked over. Let me exchange with my big brother. I promise. I will listen to you on the way. Don't worry, although my big brother's weight is different, we will definitely keep our promise. Fuck off. The burly man in Chu Yang's hand was furious. He said furiously, You motherfucker, are you trying to anger me to death? When we get back, I will kill your whole family and wipe out your motherfucking clan. You dare to mess around in front of me? Get out, get out. Bring good weapons, motherfucker. We still need to use them. Get out, get out, get out. The burly man scolded angrily. What? You bastards are very happy to see me in such a sorry state, aren't you? Why aren't you getting out? Under his scolding, the dozens of people on the opposite side finally retreated reluctantly. You listen to me. On the way, if you dare to touch a hair of my big brother, we will risk the destruction of our clan and search the ends of the earth to tear you into pieces. The leader of the black-clothed masked men shouted in a stern voice. Then he walked away, turning his head 3 times with each step he took. Not long after, he disappeared into the dense forest. Seeing that they had finally retreated, Chu Yang finally used up all his strength and sat on the ground. His hands were trembling. He barely reached into his clothes and grabbed the purple crystal jade essence. He wanted to use his martial arts to restore his energy. A domineering thought rose up. Tribulation's sword spirit came out and stopped him. Chu Yang was speechless. He cursed in his heart. Motherfucker, it's fine if you didn't use your strength in the battle just now. But now you don't let me recover. You didn't use Tribulation's sword's power in the battle just now. How can I help you? I'm just assisting you. I'm not trying to take over your body for you. Whether it's your body or your mind, the one in control is always you. Chu Yang, not Tribulation Sword. You need to understand this. Besides, only by completely letting go of your body and relying on your own strength to recover when you're exhausted can you break through your limits and increase your power. If you let this damn jade that's neither cold nor hot in summer nor hot in winter help you recover, then how are you going to break through? Chu Yang didn't expect Tribulation Sword to reply to him. He didn't expect this guy to suddenly come out and say so much. He couldn't help but be stunned. The purple crystal jade essence was a peerless treasure. In the sword spirit's mouth, it became a damned jade which is neither cold nor hot in summer, and is useless in winter, and is useless in summer, and is useless in winter. When you solve the mystery of your origin, the first thing I will do is swallow this damned jade. So much energy, but I can only look at it and can't absorb it. It's really annoying. The sword spirit said a few words angrily. Without waiting for Chu Yang's reply, it fell silent again. Damn! Chu Yang was stunned. It turned out that this guy had always been coveting this jade essence. Now you can absorb it too. No one will stop you from absorbing it, Chu Yang said tentatively. Then what will you rely on to find your parents? To walk around the world naked? Tribulation's sword spirit roared angrily and muttered. I haven't found a suitable host for tens of thousands of years. Now that I finally found one, it's actually such a stubborn idiot. Who are you calling an idiot? Chu Yang was completely enraged. His little universe suddenly exploded. He shouted angrily, his eyebrows furrowed, and his hair stood on end. In his previous life, no one dared to call him an idiot. How can you be so stubborn with a sword? This is intolerable. I didn't scold you. A confused voice sounded. Manager Gao approached Chu Yang with a complicated expression. He was about to thank him when Chu Yang suddenly opened his eyes and said, Who are you calling an idiot? Chapter 54. Chu Yang immediately felt that something was wrong. He smiled awkwardly and said, I was not talking about you. Manager Gao turned his head and looked left and right in a daze. Not talking about me? It seems like there is no one else around here besides me, so this guy is a psychopath. The burly man who was lying on the ground rolled his eyes and sighed sorrowfully. To think that this old hero has been able to rule the world and command the wind and clouds for his entire life. Yet he actually fell into the hands of a lunatic. This really makes me feel unsatisfied and depressed. You are the psychopath. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and suddenly thought, why does this narcissist sound so familiar? Could it be that this guy is the same as Tan Tan? At this time, the remaining 4 guards also came closer. 4 of their brothers had died in the hands of this man. They looked at this masked man with an unfriendly expression. You guys get lost. Don't disturb this old man's mood. The man said carelessly, if you don't want to die, try and touch me. This guy is still so arrogant after becoming a captive. Du Shiqing walked out of the carriage. His expression was surprisingly calm. He nodded at Chu Yang and said, Chu Yang, this time it is all thanks to you. Pausing for a moment, he sighed and said, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid this old man would have been buried here. No matter how much kindness this old man has shown to your family, after this, we're even. Du Shiqing smiled and said, so, you don't need to take to heart. A doctor has the heart of a parent. To a doctor, treating a patient is not a life-saving grace, but a profession. But you saved me. This is a life-saving grace. Chu Yang's heart was filled with admiration. For Du Shiqing to be able to say these words, he was worthy of his title as the #1 genius doctor. He said, Senior Du is too polite. I hope that Senior Du, Manager Gao, and the other brothers can understand that I acted on my own initiative and do not break the promise between us. Of course. Du Shiqing nodded and said with a smile, this person's safety and identity also determines our safety. This old man naturally will not ignore the big picture. The man snorted and said, I don't think you guys would dare. Then he turned his head and looked at Chu Yang with a pair of sharp eyes. Little, there are so many people here. Why did you only catch me? Chu Yang smiled and said, because you're the most important. If I were to capture someone else, would you retreat? The burly man laughed. Although his face was covered, the carefree and heroic tone in his voice was not concealed in the slightest. He said, then how do you know that I am the most important? This is what I don't understand the most. I didn't want to tell you this, but seeing that you're not a bad person, I'll make an exception this time. Chu Yang thought for a while. Then he tilted his head and smiled. Because your subordinates have placed you in the most important position. Bullshit. I have always eaten and lived with my brethren. I have always fought on the battlefield, besieging cities and seizing land. I have always been at the forefront of every battle. How can you say I have the most important position? The big man angrily said, you are talking nonsense. Or maybe you did. But they didn't do that, and they didn't think that way either. Chu Yang coldly said, an army without a general is like a sheet of loose sand. But if a general takes the lead in everything, he will also become the army's biggest constraint. He will become the biggest factor in defeat. He looked at the burly man somewhat mockingly and said, although this general thinks that he has done well, he doesn't know that because he has done well, he will lead the entire army to a dead end. The burly man's eyes revealed a thoughtful look. He said, then, how can there be no conflict between the two? A leader without a backbone will never be a good leader. A leader with too much backbone will also not be a good general. There needs to be a balance point. Chu Yang lightly said, I have never been a general, and I have never led an army. I don't know where this balance point is, so I can't give you any advice. The burly man suddenly froze. He lowered his head, frowned, and thought hard for a long time. Then he suddenly raised his head and said seriously, I've learned something. Chu Yang was actually very interested in this guy who had been captured by him. Although this person looked rough, he was actually very meticulous. Plus, this guy's martial strength was not high. He was only a martial warrior. At most, he was only level 4 or 5, but he had 8 martial masters under his command. Martial warrior and martial master. The difference of one word was an insurmountable gap. With a low level of cultivation, he had to lead a group of people whose cultivation was much higher than his. This was even more contradictory. But this guy was able to make so many martial masters obediently respect him as their boss. It was clear that he was not ordinary. Plus, he was loyal and righteous, and his orders were strict. It was clear that he had a very high military prestige. There should not be many generals like this in Iron Cloud Nation. I must keep them. Thinking about this, Chu Yang looked at the 4 corpses lying on the ground and the remaining people's faces filled with grief and indignation. He could not help but sigh. The world was so helpless. Seeing the enemy captured, they still could not do anything. Perhaps this was the struggle between 2 countries. However, Chu Yang still had some contempt for this. Right now, he was an outsider who was not close to either side. There was no doubt that Du Shiqing was a good person. However, the purpose of this trip was contrary to Chu Yang's goal of reversing fate. Tai Shiqing's illness, to a certain extent, directly affected the rise and fall of Iron Cloud Nation. If Iron Cloud Nation was destroyed, then Beyond the Heavens sect would not be safe. If Beyond the Heavens sect was not safe, then Chu Yang's master and brothers would certainly die. Mo Qingwu would also not be able to escape. Therefore, even though Du Shiqing was a good person, Chu Yang could not support him. These assassins were not necessarily bad people. Their goal was the same as Chu Yang's. Chu Yang could not kill them, but Chu Yang knew that if he was one of the 4 remaining guards, he would definitely kill this person. He would not have any scruples because of anyone's promise or the overall situation. For if his brothers were killed, if he did not take revenge, could he still be considered a man? But these 4 guards only stood there in grief and indignation. Even when they were not shouted at, they did not take any action. Chu Yang despised these people who did not have any courage. Even if he was the one who made the promise, he still despised them. Looking around, Chu Yang sat down cross-legged. Right now, the most important thing was to recover his strength. Holding his breath, he used all his strength to circulate the remaining energy in his dantian. In fact, his dantian was already empty. He used all his strength to search for the remaining energy in his meridians. It was so little that it was pitiful. But this time, it was the first time Chu Yang used plundering Heaven Divine technique to recover. Now that he had left Beyond the Heavens sect, he could do whatever he wanted. In his previous life, even though he practiced plundering Heaven Divine technique, he still did not understand. This technique was obviously faster than normal techniques. Did it belong to the category of demonic techniques? After all, this was a very strange technique. Manager Gao saw that Chu Yang was recovering his energy, so he dismissed the idea of talking to him. He only stood to the side to protect him, but in the next moment his eyes widened. Phut! No way! In such a short time, he had already entered a meditative state? He had only just sat down, okay? Looking at Chu Yang's sparkling face, Manager Gao rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Meditating, calming the mind, gathering the energy, moving the dantian, passing through the meridians, and then slowly entering a meditative state? Since ancient times, who could break out of this category? I have been a saber great master for dozens of years. Even though I have not broken through to revered saber, I am still considered a wily old fox, okay? But even now, I still have to follow the same set of rules. Especially after being injured, it is even more difficult. How could this guy enter a meditative state as soon as he sat down? Manager Gao's eyes widened. He suddenly felt that his worldview had been turned upside down. Chu Yang manipulated the remaining energy in his meridians and slowly gathered it into his dantian. Then, following the plundering Heaven Divine technique's path, it slowly passed through his meridians. Chapter 55. At the same time, the tip of the sword constantly emitted a strange power, constantly nourishing Chu Yang's meridians. In his meridians, the power of the golden blood root, which had been quietly protecting his veins, was suddenly stimulated at this moment. With this power, it slowly integrated into Chu Yang's meridians. After a full cycle, the energy from the tip of the sword suddenly exploded, causing Chu Yang's meridians to swell with a comfortable feeling. Outside his body, his clothes fluttered, and a black mist that was hard to see clearly gushed out from his mouth and nose at the same time. Chu Yang suddenly felt relaxed. Manager Gao stood in front of him, dumbfounded. What did I just see? God, please save me. I'm sick. My eyes can't take it anymore. He sat down and entered a meditative state. In less than a breath's time, his injuries were healed. Then, in less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he broke through? How is this possible? This strange phenomenon caused this fire saber grandmaster, who had been famous for many years, to be completely confused. Chu Yang slowly opened his eyes. A sharp sword light flashed before his eyes, and they returned to normal. But as soon as he opened his eyes, the big man and the tall old man both felt a sharp pain in their eyes. It was as if a red-hot steel needle had pierced their eyes. These two were the type of people who did not care about the laws of heaven. But at this moment, they felt a sense of fear towards this young man in front of them. They felt as if an ancient demon had suddenly broken his seal and came to this world with a ferocity that could destroy heaven and earth. Another breakthrough. 4th level martial warrior. If the tall old man knew that this guy had just broken through martial disciple and reached martial warrior 5 days ago, his eyes would probably pop out of their sockets. Then he would probably suffer from a heart attack and die from foaming at the mouth. You can break through like this? What the fuck? Even so, Manager Gao's eyes were still wide open. His hands were trembling, and he did not know what to do. He looked at Chu Yang with eyes full of jealousy. Comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. Every time he broke through, it was as if he was being skinned alive. He struggled for many days. This guy actually seemed to enjoy breaking through. How do you feel? The tall old man's heart was pounding as he asked. I only broke through 1 level. Chu Yang smacked his lips and frowned. Why is it so slow? This is not right. Manager Gao staggered and trembled twice before asking, when was the last time you broke through? Could it be that this guy had been stuck in this bottleneck for many years? If that was the case, then this situation was understandable. Chu Yang scratched his head and rolled his eyes. He said with uncertainty, it should be 4 days ago, or was it 5 days ago? That's too long. Something is not right. Old man Gao's eyes rolled back, his lips trembled, and he pointed at him with his skinny finger. Suddenly he sat down on the ground. His wrinkled face turned red, and all the blood in his body rushed to his head. After a long time, he stood up dizzily, as if he was in a dream. He turned around and left with a pale face. Manager Gao. Chu Yang was surprised and asked, Manager Gao, what's wrong? Manager Gao moved his legs as if he was in a dream and muttered, I'm going to sleep. I haven't slept in a few days. I'm hallucinating. Then he staggered away. The masked man sighed and shook his head. He sighed from the bottom of his heart. When I was in Iron Cloud Citadel, I saw a few pretty boys posing in front of a restaurant. They were so pretentious, as if they didn't care about money. I thought they were too pretentious. But today, I finally know what it means to be pretentious. With this level of skill, they should be the ancestors of those little bastards. Chu Yang was speechless. What I said was the truth, okay? He remembered that in his previous life, he didn't just go up 1 level. He often went up several levels in a row, like a rocket. However, the feeling and comprehension of this kind of leveling up was definitely different. Step by step, steady and steady, that is the way of the king. Every step, there must be an understanding of each step. This kind of accumulation is the peak. Did you feel good about the pig-like ascension in your previous life? If it wasn't for me suppressing it for you, you would have already gone up. Why couldn't you reach the peak in your previous life? It was because you lacked the understanding of each step. If you eat until you're fat, the only result is that you'll choke to death. Do you understand, idiot? In his mind, an arrogant voice spoke disdainfully and with a tone of disappointment. Chu Yang was startled and immediately understood. Yes, practicing martial arts is like a person's life. From young to old, slowly understanding and slowly accumulating knowledge is the right path. If you give a 3-year-old child medicine to make him reach the age of 30, would he really have the mind of a 30-year-old? No wonder such a powerful force could only go up one level. It was because Tribulation's sword was suppressing it to give him time to comprehend. You're still wasting time. Why don't you hurry up and find some supplements? With the speed of an ant, when will you become strong? Tonic? Chu Yang thought blankly. What tonic? Things like 7-star white magnolia, spirit ginseng, ethereal purple ganoderma, 10,000 years yellow essence, and so on are barely enough. If it really doesn't work, purple crystal jade, black gold iron, star steel, nightmare silver, and diamond sand will also work. Chu Yang's hands and feet trembled as he fell to the ground. Suddenly he cursed. Motherfucker, what are these things? Do you think these are cabbages? These are all things from legends. Fuck. Finding 1 or 2 grams is already a great fortune. And you want to talk about 10,000 pounds? Are you talking nonsense because you ate too much? Manager Gao and Du Shiqing, who had already walked far away, turned around in surprise. Seeing Chu Yang suddenly become angry, they could not understand what was going on. The big man across from Chu Yang shouted angrily, "Bastard! I just want to eat a few pounds of beef. I'm always hungry, do you understand? Motherfucker, you really think I'm a prisoner? Bastard, what kind of legend is this? Is your family's beef a legend? You're just a bumpkin who has never seen the world." It turned out that this guy was hungry and wanted to make a request of Chu Yang. Chu Yang turned his head, bared his teeth, and shouted angrily, "Shut up! If you keep screaming, I'll strip you naked and put you in front of the horses. Then I'll feed them aphrodisiac." In an instant, Chu Yang's eyes flashed fiercely. As soon as these words came out, the big man's body trembled violently. He opened his mouth wide and looked at Chu Yang in despair. His face was pale. In that moment, he was so angry that his heart was beating like thunder, but he did not dare to show it. He finally understood what kind of hooligan he had fallen into. Listening to what he said, did it sound like something a normal person would say? These are the things you need to upgrade your calamity sword. In his mind, the voice laughed happily. "Little brat, I'll tell you. First, get some good things and open the calamity sword space. You will be pleasantly surprised. You really are a waste. After so long, you still haven't opened the Calamity Sword's innate ability." Calamity Sword Space? Chu Yang was stunned. Yes, Calamity Sword Space. Wait, so you're not the Sword Spirit? Chu Yang asked, puzzled. Yes, I am the Calamity Sword. But right now, I can't merge with the Calamity Sword. The voice was full of frustration. Damn bastard. It's fine to test the Sword Master. But why did he have to separate the sword and the soul? Damn it, damn it. Who? Chu Yang only felt his heart beat faster. Perhaps the sword spirit was cursing the mysterious person who created the Calamity Sword. I've forgotten who he is now. The voice sighed in annoyance. Only when you get the 7th fragment of the broken sword can you merge with the sword and the soul. Only when you get all the fragments can I fully recover. Look for it patiently. Those things are not hard to find. There are plenty of them in this world. But what if I can't find them? Chu Yang asked weakly. The Calamity Sword will not be destroyed. You can look for it slowly. How can you not find it after thousands of years? After the sword spirit said this, there was no more sound. Chapter 56. Restoring the Calamity Sword didn't seem difficult. But now, it was tens of thousands of years later. Maybe it was easy tens of thousands of years ago. The things you said were everywhere, but do you know how hard it is to find them now? Isn't this forcing people to die? Hey, I want to eat. The big man shouted again, but this time his tone was much softer. Even if you're a captive, you still need to eat, right? You can't starve me like this, right? Shut up. Chu Yang was in a bad mood. He suddenly grabbed the man's collar and said fiercely, "Don't think that I don't dare to kill you. I didn't kill you because you're still a little useful. But if you wear out my patience, it won't be difficult to cut off your head. Don't think that I'm afraid of death." The man shouted angrily, but when he saw the evil light in Chu Yang's eyes, he suddenly shuddered and didn't say anything else. Heavens, this guy is a demon. As the saying goes, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Chu Yang stood up and walked to the fire. He cut off a horse's hind leg and skewered it on the 2 arrows on the ground. Then he put it on the fire and roasted it. The fire jumped, illuminating Chu Yang's face. It was indescribably strange. Uffed! Chu Yang threw the roasted horse leg in front of the masked man. "Eat it. Horse meat is too sour. I want to eat beef." The man said angrily, "Beef? I think you look like beef." Chu Yang curled his lips. "Eat it or not?" He turned and left. The man's breath was stuck in his throat, and he almost fainted. Looking at the horse meat in his hand, he really wanted to throw this black thing on the ground. But he knew very well that if he really threw it on the ground, he was destined to starve. This guy definitely wouldn't be merciful. With a sigh, he bit down hard on the horse's leg and chewed hard. As he chewed on the horse's meat, his teeth actually chattered and made a crunching sound. It was as if he wasn't chewing horse meat. But this guy called Chu Yang. On the other side, Chu Yang was cleaning up the arrows on the ground. He wanted to tidy up a space for himself to set up a tent and have a good sleep. However, after he collected a few arrows, a strange expression suddenly appeared on his face, which was facing away from the others. Then he took out a tent. Surprisingly, he didn't pick up the arrows on the ground. Instead, he chose a place with the densest number of arrows and set up the tent. This caused everyone to feel extremely puzzled. In the tent, Chu Yang was already shocked to the point of disbelief. This was because he discovered that when he was collecting those ownerless arrows, the sword tip of the Calamity sword in his body suddenly had a sharp reaction. At this moment, the tip of the sword followed his meridians to his finger. The moment it came into contact with the arrow, there was only a slight pop sound. The arrow in Chu Yang's hand had already shattered into pieces. Yes, shatter. Furthermore, it was directly turned into dust. This was an arrow made of fine steel. This type of arrow had the most destructive power, and the distance it could travel was also the longest, because its entire front half was made of fine steel. However, the second half of the arrow was made of high-quality ironwood. At the end of the arrow was the arrowhead that maintained its balance. The moment Chu Yang came into contact with it, the high-quality steel was silently crushed into powder. How could Chu Yang not be shocked? Finally, the tent was set up. Chu Yang immediately went in, looking at the densely packed arrows on the ground. Chu Yang's eyes widened. He tried to touch it with his finger again. Sure enough, the tip of Calamity's sword that had already reached his finger suddenly released a suction force. Then a little bit of black iron appeared on the tip of Chu Yang's finger, and the half of the fine steel arrow turned into dust. What was going on? He had never heard of the Calamity sword having such a function. Chu Yang's eyes widened. By the time all the fine steel arrows in the tent had turned into dust, the iron shavings in Chu Yang's hand had already turned into an iron ball the size of a fingertip. Using his internal energy, he saw that the sword tip of the Calamity sword, which was originally shining, had already turned black in a small area. If one didn't look carefully, they really wouldn't be able to see it. What's going on? Chu Yang asked in his heart. This is fine steel, pure steel. What the Calamity Sword swallows is iron essence. In his dantian, the voice said lazily, "What's so strange about this?" Fine steel? Iron essence. The Calamity Sword is the #1 divine object in the world. It can swallow anything, including the human body. The voice explained, but what the Calamity Sword swallows is the most essential part. For fine steel, it's iron essence. And what's left after the Calamity Sword swallows is iron essence. Although it's slightly inferior for ordinary steel, it's still the most essential part of the essence. The voice said, "This is the benefit of the Calamity Sword's owner." After a pause, it said, "One of them." One of the benefits? Chu Yang's mind spun quickly. Could it be that there are more benefits? Chu Yang's eyes suddenly became bright. That's right. For anything, as long as it's in your hands, the Calamity Sword will automatically extract its essence. And the parts that the Calamity Sword doesn't need will also be purified and given to you to use. When the Calamity Sword fully recovers and completes, then those things will all be yours. However, those things are too far away. You don't need to know about them now. I see. Chu Yang held the small piece of iron in his hand thoughtfully. Anything can be swallowed? Of course. Between heaven and earth, there is nothing that cannot be swallowed, including the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, right now, the Calamity Sword only has the first fragment, so it can only swallow some ordinary metals and spirit medicines. Then, can this iron essence be used to make weapons? Nonsense. As long as there is enough, you can control the sword point and have it help you make any weapon. This kind of iron essence is a treasure that ordinary martial artists can only dream of. Do you understand? Using this kind of iron essence to make weapons would be dozens of times stronger than the trash you use. Chu Yang sat on the ground and pondered. At this moment, he suddenly had a clear plan. Going to Iron Cloud Nation through Du Shiqing was a last-minute decision. It was like forcing a duck onto a perch. Before this, he did not have any plans. He only knew how to take one step at a time. But at this moment, he suddenly had a complete plan. Or should the plan be like this? The heavy piece of iron in his hand seemed to give him some kind of inspiration. His eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 57. Looking at Chu Yang's expression, the masked man next to him smiled proudly and said, "My brothers are not bad, right?" In this group, because of his special status, even Manager Gao and Du Shiqing did not dare to be rude to him. Only Chu Yang was rude to him, but he insisted on following Chu Yang. Along the way, he talked with Chu Yang. Even though he was sometimes angered by Chu Yang, he did not go near anyone else. He clearly knew that even though Chu Yang was rude to him, he was the only one in this group who did not want him to die. As for the others, even though they were polite to him, they all wanted to kill him. If they were to stab him when they were safe, that was definitely not impossible. Only Chu Yang would not do that. Good soldiers. Chu Yang looked at the black flood next to him and said in a low voice, "Of course they are good soldiers." The masked man said proudly, "Otherwise, how could they guard Yang? Fuck your grandpa. You dare to trick me?" Chu Yang was speechless. He rolled his eyes and said powerlessly, "Do you think that I would be so despicable? How dare he try to trick you?" He turned his neck and said disdainfully, "If I want to know anything about you, a pack of aphrodisiac will tell me everything." The burly man shuddered as he stared at the beast-like young man with a dumbfounded expression. He wisely chose not to speak any further, because he suddenly remembered what Chu Yang said the other day. "I will strip you naked and put you in front of the horses. Then I will feed them aphrodisiac." Thinking about it, he suddenly felt his blood run cold. If that was really the case, then he might really surrender. That morning, they finally saw a big city in front of them. Du Shiqing, Manager Gao, and the others let out a sigh of relief. "Here, They were already in the heart of Iron Cloud Nation. There were more and more people, and the government offices were all connected. Basically, there was no chance of being assassinated here, because if Du Shiqing died in this place, Taibu Tian would be furious. All the officials along the way would be in trouble. Therefore, they would all treat Du Shiqing as their master. Sure enough, at the city gate, a group of people came out of the city. Clearly, they were here to welcome Du Shiqing. More than 100 people turned their heads at the same time. Manager Gao also turned his head, his eyes filled with killing intent. If he killed this burly man here, even the 100 or so people on the other side wouldn't be able to stop him. The atmosphere between the two sides suddenly became tense and strange. It's time to let me go. The big man clearly sensed that Manager Gao and the others were up to no good. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Chu Yang's hand shake and remove the seal on his body. Then, with a wave of his hand, the big man, who weighed more than 200 pounds, was sent flying. Manager Gao was one step slower. He glared at Chu Yang and angrily said, "You!" With a whoosh, the big man's body flew 70 to 80 feet away. With a whistle, a strong horse quickly rushed forward. The warrior on the horse reached out and caught the big man. Then, as the horse galloped, the big man's 2 legs were spread out and he sat steadily on the horse's back. More than 100 masked people in black cheered at the same time. Suddenly, the big man gave an order, and all of them stopped their horses at the same time. Then they turned around and circled around Du Shiqing's group. Behind the masks, there was a murderous look in their eyes that made people shiver. After the iron torrent circled around, the big man let out a long laugh and shouted, "You little bastard, we will meet again. Next time, I will strip you naked and feed you to the horses." As he spoke, he was very proud of himself. It was as if he was not ashamed of being captured and instead felt proud. Chu Yang couldn't help but be stunned. He felt ashamed of his own inferiority when it came to the thickness of this guy's skin. "Let's go." As he said this, his eyes slanted and looked at Manager Gao's group with evil intentions. He waved his hand and turned his horse around. Then he took the lead and galloped away. The riders behind him closely followed, forming an iron torrent on the road. The iron torrent surged as the horses galloped away, leaving a trail of yellow smoke on the road. Along the way, the big man's bold laughter could be heard. His grandmother, "Did the children prepare good wine for me? I have been tortured by that guy these past few days. I haven't changed my clothes for the past few days. My body is all white now." After a burst of laughter, whistles and whistles were heard one after another. It was chaos. Obviously, this group of people from top to bottom did not regard being captured as a disgrace. They also did not have any complaints about not being able to assassinate Du Shiqing. It was as if the big man's return was the best thing in the world. It did not matter if they could not complete the mission. "Why did you let him go?" Manager Gao raised his head and looked at Chu Yang. "A man without integrity cannot live." Chu Yang looked at him coldly and did not back down. "Besides, it was Senior Du who helped me. I escorted him here. It has nothing to do with you," he said slowly and disdainfully. "If you guys could have killed him the moment I caught him, I wouldn't have said anything. At the very least, I would have praised you guys for having a strong sense of brotherhood. At worst, we would have all become fugitives. But you waited until now to kill him. Haha, Manager Gao, did you get your title of Fire Saber Great Master because of this?" After he said this, the remaining 4 riders' faces turned red. They could not say anything. Manager Gao slowly nodded and said, "Good, good, good." He said the word good 3 times. His eyes became more and more fierce. Chu Yang coldly snorted and said proudly, "What? You want to burn the bridge after crossing the river? You want to kill your savior?" He only cared about his ultimate goal. As for what they thought, Chu Yang did not care. Gao Wei Chung was startled. He stared at Chu Yang for a while and then turned around. Behind him, Du Shiqing sighed and said, "Manager Gao, Chu Yang did not do anything wrong in this matter. A real man should keep his word." The tall old man who was walking away paused for a moment. He turned around and said, "Yes, you are right." Chu Yang was very surprised. This was the first time he saw Manager Gao talk to Du Shiqing. He really did not expect Manager Gao to be so respectful to Du Shiqing. This kind of attitude was like a servant to his master. With Manager Gao's title of Fire Saber Great Master, this was very unusual. Chu Yang pretended to be indignant, but in his heart he was thinking, could it be that this Du Shiqing, was there something special about him? After walking for 2 days, they finally arrived at Iron Cloud Citadel. Along the way, they passed by a few counties that warmly welcomed Du Shiqing's group. However, Manager Gao and the others' attitude towards Chu Yang gradually became cold. Later, they even became disgusted with him. This guy was like a wolf that lived alone. Chu Yang did not mind. He was indifferent. Every day, he only discussed medical matters with Du Shiqing. Every time they passed by, it was very enriching. Chu Yang's perception was very high. Plus, there were some areas where he took a different approach to discuss, which gave Du Shiqing a new feeling. Because of this, the two of them were very happy to talk along the way. Chu Yang also took this opportunity to learn about this field that he did not understand in his previous life. In the future, no matter if he was fighting on the battlefield or wandering the world, this knowledge would always be useful. Du Shiqing's whereabouts were also reported to Iron Cloud Citadel 3 times a day. It was said that Iron Cloud's Tai Butian wanted to personally welcome Du Shiqing into the citadel. This kind of reception was very grand. They were still 30 miles away from Iron Cloud Citadel. Iron Cloud Citadel's banners fluttered in the wind as they rushed out of the citadel gate. They stood in 2 rows at the citadel gate, extending for about 5 miles. Then, a group of riders rushed out, creating a torrent on the road as they galloped. They did not stop until they were 10 miles away. Chapter 58. This young man in a white robe had a purple crown and a white face. His long eyebrows reached his temples, and his phoenix eyes were awe-inspiring. He was wearing a white cloak that covered his entire body. At first glance, he looked delicate, but the feeling he gave off was completely different from his appearance. He was just riding on a horse, but he gave off the feeling of looking down on the world. Tai Butian of Iron Cloud. He personally came out of the city to welcome Du Shiqing. At this moment, he was sitting on the horse with his right hand on his forehead. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the road in front of him. He was patiently waiting with a calm face. Dust rose in the distance, and the sound of wheels could be heard. A group of people appeared on the horizon. "They are here." Tai Butian turned around and jumped down from the horse. The white cloak still covered his entire body. He was not tall, but he did not give off the feeling of being short. Next to him, there were dozens of people waiting in formation. Their eyes were shining brightly, and their hands were on the hilts of their swords. They were protecting him from all directions. With this kind of formation, even if a martial king came to attack, Tai Butian would be able to retreat safely. At this moment, Du Shiqing was in a state of shock. "Senior Du, now that you have safely arrived at Iron Cloud, I should also take my leave." Chu Yang casually saluted, and his voice was very serious, just like a hero who had accomplished something and was about to leave. Du Shiqing really did not expect Chu Yang to say goodbye at this moment. Could it be that he really escorted me here just to give me a ride? Just to repay a debt of gratitude? Not for anything else. Manager Gao and the 4 guards were also caught off guard and looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang resolutely looked at Du Shiqing deeply. Ignoring Du Shiqing's pleas to stay, he turned around and left. His lonely figure looked very free and easy. It was as if he had completed the most important task in his heart and was relieved of a burden. Looking at his back, a faint sense of shame rose in everyone's hearts. It turned out that we really misunderstood him. He suddenly appeared and followed us for thousands of miles. If it were not for him, we would not have reached Iron Cloud. If it were not for him, we would have been completely annihilated in that forest. However, the moment he successfully arrived, he decided to leave. In fact, just 2 days ago, they had almost fought with him. What kind of ungrateful behavior was this? Chu Yang's departure left Du Shiqing and the others with the impression of a chivalrous hero. Everyone watched as he turned into a small black dot in front of them and then disappeared. They couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Chu Yang had come here to repay a debt of gratitude. This point had been confirmed after everyone had discussed it. However, everyone guessed that Chu Yang must have other motives. Using Du Shiqing to get to know the upper echelons of Iron Cloud and gain glory and wealth, was that his true goal? But at this moment, Chu Yang had used his actions to break their guesses, making them feel ashamed of themselves for using the heart of a villain to cross the heart of a monarch. But they didn't know that Chu Yang's departure was for the sake of better carrying out the plan. Manager Gao and the others didn't treat him unjustly. If he followed Du Shiqing into the city, he would naturally be able to see Tai Butian. However, his own status would not be favored. At most, he would become one of Tai Butian's many aides, and then bitterly look for opportunities, wait for opportunities and stand out. Only then would he be able to slowly rise step by step. However, if there wasn't a suitable opportunity, they would continue to wait like this for a long time. Chu Yang couldn't wait. What was easily obtained would naturally not be cherished. This sentence applies to both men and women. It was applicable to love, wealth, and career. A wife is not as good as a concubine. A concubine is not as good as a mistress. And a mistress is not as good as a mistress. What you can't get is always the best. Cough, cough. Chu Yang has misunderstood. But this is the truth. Even though Chu Yang had taken the initiative to visit, it would never be as important as Tai Butian's repeated visits. The wait was also absolutely different. Therefore, the current Chu Yang was only building momentum for himself and also creating an opportunity for Tai Butian to visit him 3 times. Originally, when he had no other choice, Du Shiqing was his only shortcut. But now, the calamity swords devouring made him change his mind. Since there was another way, he was not willing to just be a strategist. On Du Shiqing's side, he had already put in enough effort to leave a deep impression on him. This was an extraordinary ability. At the very least, as long as Tai Butian mentioned him, Du Shiqing could use the impression he left on him to influence Tai Butian. Now, what Chu Yang needed to do was to make Tai Butian mention him to Du Shiqing. Let Tai Butian take the initiative, and he had to appear unwilling and passive. As long as Tai Butian mentioned him, he would be able to take the initiative. He didn't have the confidence to reach the heavens in one step, but in terms of attracting attention and attracting Tai Butian's attention, that was his specialty. Tai Butian's group was waiting at the 10-li pavilion outside Iron Cloud Citadel. When they saw Du Shiqing's carriage appear in the distance, they finally let out a sigh of relief. But then they were stunned. A person's shadow left Du Shiqing's group like an arrow and shot toward Chu Yang's direction. No, it was heading toward the city. It was getting closer and closer. Slowly, it turned from a small black dot into a small human figure. Then, in everyone's eyes, it turned into a black flash of lightning and rapidly approached. So fast! Next to Tai Butian, a burly man narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but praise in a low voice. Although the others did not say anything, they all had the same feeling. This figure did not ride a horse and was only walking, but his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached a place not too far away from them. As he got closer, all the experts behind Tai Butian suddenly felt a chill run down their spines at the same time, because at this moment, this meteor-like figure suddenly raised his head. Raising his head, he looked in Tai Butian's direction. Two sharp gazes, like divine swords that cut through the dark sky, came slashing towards him. The dozens of experts behind Tai Butian felt their eyes being stared at by this pair of eyes at the same time. They felt as if they had nowhere to hide. It was as if they were stripped naked and placed in an endless snowy wasteland. At the same time, a cold aura that could freeze 1,000 miles swept over from the direction of the person in front. This cold aura seemed to be able to swallow the world. It was as if a calm sea had suddenly turned into a huge wave. The absolute tranquility had turned into an earth-shattering ruckus in an instant. This kind of strong contrast caught everyone off guard, especially the guards on Tai Butian's side. They instinctively raised their guard to the highest level. Both sides were experts. Under the influence of their auras, they were on the verge of exploding. However, that person seemed to have realized something was wrong. He suddenly retracted his cold aura. This kind of ease of control shocked everyone to the extreme. At this moment, that person and Tai Butian's gazes were already on the verge of brushing past each other. Tai Butian unexpectedly turned her head to look. Their gazes seemed to have inadvertently met in midair. Suddenly, they both felt their entire bodies tremble. This seemingly inadvertent meeting of gazes was actually intentional by both of them. Moreover, only one side was well aware of this. Tai Butian had already activated the Emperor Divine technique before she raised her head. It carried with it a kind of supreme aura, accompanied by the icy heart, penetrating bone divine technique that she had cultivated since she was young. It was intentional, because with just one glance, Tai Butian had already sensed something. The speed, aura, and gaze of this person before her all indicated that this person was definitely a dangerous person. If such a person was a friend, he would be a great help. If he was an enemy, he would become a terrifying enemy. Separated by several hundred feet, the two of them looked at each other. However, a strange feeling suddenly rose in their hearts at the same time. It was as if they were friends and enemies who should never have met and could never have crossed paths. At this moment, time and space had been distorted, and they suddenly met. This feeling was especially obvious. At this moment, it was as if a mottled and fragmented time and space had appeared before his eyes. The two completely different worlds of his previous life and this life suddenly overlapped at this moment. This was an extremely mysterious feeling. This was a meeting that was completely outside of fate. Chapter 59. Tai Butian's glance looked ordinary and ordinary, but it was the combination of the Emperor Divine technique and the icy heart, jade bone divine technique. He wanted to give the other party a feeling of invincibility and a feeling of, this person is a natural-born ruler. As long as this feeling was planted, it would be of great help to Tai Butian when he tried to recruit this person in the future. In the future, cooperation or recruitment between the two of them would be a matter of course. At this moment, Tai Butian naturally thought that the other party was just passing by. He was definitely not on guard against this glance. In reality, whether it was during a battle or a conversation, most people would pay attention to the other party's eyes. But who would have thought that the eyes could have such an effect? And Chu Yang's glance was, of course, even more deliberate. For this one glance, he even drew out all the cold air from the Seven Shades congregation grounds from the tip of the Calamity Sword. He used it as his own power to create an aura that could freeze 1,000 miles. He first gained the upper hand by a show of strength, then gathered his boundless arrogance to see through this one glance. Just this glance was bound to leave an indelible impression on Tai Butian. Chu Yang's gaze was calm and sharp, proud and wild, like the wolf king of the northernmost plains. sharp as a sword and cold as ice. In this pair of eyes there was ruthlessness. In such a gaze, all living things in the world were ants that could be slaughtered. The heavens were like grass that could be trampled on. However, Tai Butian's eyes were gentle, warm, and tranquil without any ripples. In fact, it seemed as if he was overlooking the common people from the clouds. His lofty aura of a king spread along with the wind. Here, I am the ruler. All the land under the heavens belongs to the king. All the people on the shores of the land are the king's subjects. One was intentional and the other was unintentional, but both of them gave it their all. This was a contest, but there was no winner in this contest. If Chu Yang's gaze was the waves, then Tai Butian's gaze was the reef. The waves rolled and swept up thousands of piles of snow. The reef stood tall and unmoving. Was it the reef that broke the waves? Or was it the waves that drowned the reef? Who could say for sure who would win and who would lose? But after this one glance, Chu Yang was like a gust of strong wind, brushing past Tai Butian's troops like a whirlwind. With a whoosh, he turned into a shadow and disappeared in the direction of the city gate. From the beginning to the end, the look in his eyes had never changed. Tai Butian also calmly retracted her gaze, deep in thought. It was as if this was just a coincidence. It was an extremely short meeting. In fact, even Tai Butian and the others treated this meeting as a coincidence. What a terrifying person. Behind Tai Butian, the dozens of experts who had gathered their powers to the maximum instantly heaved a sigh of relief. Their faces were solemn. Some of them even had cold sweat on the tip of their noses. A series of popping sounds came from under his feet. The power that he had gathered suddenly dispersed, and the ground beneath his feet actually cracked. Just now, when the cold air hit them in the face and froze them for 1,000 miles, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Although the other party didn't make any movements and was only flying, everyone felt as if a sharp sword was flying through the air. It was as if it was going to kill people with irresistible force and then fly away. Its momentum was unstoppable. A terrifying person? How terrifying is he? Tai Butian looked thoughtfully in the direction that Chu Yang had left in and asked slowly, "This person, judging from his eyes and his aura, I'm afraid he's a top-notch executioner." Beside Tai Butian, a man in green took a breath and said in an intensely guarded tone, "However, this person's motive is obviously not to, because when he looked at you, there wasn't the slightest bit of murderous intent. There was only one kind of indifference." When he said this, the dozens of people around him suddenly fell into deep thought. Facing the Empress and such a grand ceremony, he's still so indifferent and dismissive. It's obvious how tenacious this person's nerves are and how great his composure is. However, even after searching through every corner of their minds, they still couldn't think of anyone in the martial world who was like this. This person was obviously very young, at most 17 or 18 years old. However, after thinking through all the young talents, they realized that there wasn't anyone who fit the criteria that this person had shown. Who was this person? Oh! A faint smile appeared on Tai Butian's jade-like face. She said softly, "A terrifying person is also an interesting person. If he is not targeting me, then there is a high possibility that he is not an enemy. If he is not an enemy, then could he be a friend?" Turning her head to look at Du Shiqing's carriage, Tai Butian said thoughtfully, "That person just now seemed to be flying from Divine Dr. Du's direction? There was no such presence before, right? So his original position should be with Du Shiqing's group?" Everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but nod. This point was very obvious. If such a master is with Du Shiqing's group, then Du Shiqing must know this person. Tai Butian said with relief, "And the direction that this person is going is towards Iron Cloud Citadel." His eyes flashed and he sighed with a smile. "How can we let go of such a talent? Send 2 people to see if they can follow him. However, no matter what, do not cause any conflict." The two people behind him nodded and left the group. They jumped on their horses and whipped their whips. With the sound of galloping hooves, they disappeared in the direction of the citadel gate. Tai Batian did not look back. She waved her sleeves and said, "Everyone, follow me to welcome divine Dr. Du." Chu Yang brushed past Tai Batian like a whirlwind and disappeared into the distance. However, even after entering the citadel gate, the shock in his heart had not subsided. How could this be? Chu Yang was full of doubts. How could it be icy heart, jade bone, divine technique? How could it be icy heart, jade bone, divine technique? I am not surprised that he could use Emperor divine technique. This is a technique passed down from generation to generation in Iron Cloud Nation. But he clearly used icy heart, jade bone, divine technique to see through people's hearts. Why? Icy heart, jade bone, divine technique was a secret technique of the Holy Clan. Moreover, the requirements to practice it were very special. Either it was a perverted and feminine man who practiced it, or it was a woman who practiced it to achieve the greatest effect. That kind of masculine man would not be able to cultivate this icy heart, jade bone, even in his lifetime. What Chu Yang found strange was that with Senior Butian's power and status, what kind of technique could he not get? Why did he have to practice icy heart, jade bone, divine technique? But no matter what, this Senior Butian of Iron Cloud Nation left a deep impression on Chu Yang, especially those eyes. They were as clear as water, as cold as ice, but also gentle and calm. They contained the world and were unfathomably deep. But Chu Yang's deepest impression was that those eyes were so beautiful that they almost did not belong to this world. Chu Yang thought about it and could not help but laugh. Looking at this Senior Butian's face, even though he was very handsome, wasn't he a little too effeminate? He was a typical pretty boy. Practicing icy heart, jade bone divine technique did not seem to be anything special. Du Shiqing's carriage finally appeared in front of everyone. Manager Gao lifted the curtain, and Du Shiqing stepped out. Tai Batian took a step forward and bowed deeply. "Senior Du, you must have traveled a long way. I am Tai Batian, and I am here to welcome you." His voice was clear and steady. Moreover, in front of Du Shiqing, he called himself this one and did not refer to himself as this one or Gu. This gave Du Shiqing enough face. From this, one could see how much importance this Senior Butian placed on his father's illness. "Your Highness is too polite. How could this old man dare to trouble your Highness to personally come and welcome me? I am very afraid." Du Shiqing hurriedly bowed. His face was a little emotional. "Senior, there is no need to be so polite. As long as you can cure my father's illness, you will be the savior of all of Iron Cloud Nation. No matter what kind of treatment you receive, it is only natural." Tai Batian smiled and gently extended his hand. "Senior Du, please." Du Shiqing said, "Your Highness, please." Then he sat back in the carriage. Surrounded by people, he walked toward the city gate. Chapter 60. "Oh, that person is the descendant of an old friend of mine. Speaking of this person, he is really a good man. He is loyal, but he is also brave and resourceful. His martial arts are excellent. Although he is young, he is a rare good man." Du Shiqing sighed and shook his head. He introduced Chu Yang's background and emphasized the ambush he encountered. Finally, he said, "If it were not for him, I am afraid that I would not have met him today. Plus, this person's talent is unimaginable. He can infer many things from one example, and he has a photographic memory. His intelligence is enough to be called a hero of the age." Du Shiqing's tone was full of praise for Chu Yang. It was to the point where he spared no effort in praising Chu Yang. Moreover, his tone was sincere. It was obvious that he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. If Chu Yang had followed him all the way, there would not have been such an unexpected result. Du Shiqing also had some regrets. Along the way, Du Shiqing mentioned more than once that he wanted to take Chu Yang as his disciple and teach him medicine. In fact, before he arrived here, Du Shiqing said with disappointment, "Chu Yang, this old man has a feeling that this trip to Iron Cloud will be the end of me, Du Shiqing. If you cannot accept it, I am afraid that my medical skills will be lost forever." Even though he said this much, Chu Yang still refused. Du Shiqing let out a long sigh. Even though there was no hope for him to take Chu Yang as his disciple, he still passed on his life's work, the immortal medicine, and the tattered 100 Herb Sutra. This 100 Herb Sutra is the origin of my medical skills. In my entire life, I have only seen through it, and this immortal medical art is my life's work. If you can learn it, that would be the best. If not, then help me pass it down. This was Du Shiqing's request to Chu Yang, and these 2 books were Chu Yang's biggest unexpected gain on this trip. In Du Shiqing's mind, even though Chu Yang had not agreed to be his disciple, he had already inherited his skills. Naturally, he did not hold back in praising Chu Yang. On the side, Manager Gao snorted. He faintly felt that if Chu Yang wanted to leave, he should not have entered Iron Cloud Citadel. However, he felt sorry for misunderstanding Chu Yang, so he didn't say anything. In any case, that guy didn't seem to care about fame and fortune at all. Mr. Du is really a benevolent saint. His benevolence has spread to the world. After hearing about this matter, my respect for Mr. Du has increased by another notch. Tai Butian smiled. His eyes flashed as he remembered the name Chu Yang. Right now, Iron Cloud Nation was thirsty for talents. If not for Sir Butian taking over Iron Cloud Nation's military and establishing Butian Pavilion to supplement Iron Cloud Nation's strength, Du Qingro would have already led his army north. To Tai Butian, she really couldn't let go of any talent right now. What's more, such a terrifying talent like this one. Tai Butian Shen's expression turned cold. She whispered to a black-clothed man beside her, "Order Wu Kuangyin to come to Iron Cloud Citadel. Tell him that if he can't explain the attack on Divine Dr. Du, his body doesn't need to come. Just send his head." Wu Kuangyin was the commander of Iron Cloud Nation's Iron Blood Cavalry. He was also a fierce general on the border between Iron Cloud Nation and Great Zhao. He was ranked 10th on the continent's list of famous generals. Although he was only at the bottom of the list, it was not something that could be achieved through bravery alone. Tai Butian mentioned Wu Kuangyin at this moment. Obviously, from the timing and style of this matter, she concluded that this matter was definitely done by Wu Kuangyin. The man in blue nodded. He couldn't help but smile. He thought to himself, Old Wu, this time you are out of luck. Although what you did was something I wanted to do," turning around, Tai Butian's smile was already amiable. She said softly, "Senior, Du must have been frightened." Du Shiqing repeatedly said that he didn't dare. He didn't know why, but looking at the amiable face of this Senior Butian, Du Shiqing felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if the unethical thing he did many years ago was under the watchful eye of the other party. Perhaps this Iron Cloud Citadel was really going to be his burial ground. Du Shiqing stared blankly at the tall city walls not far away. His eyes revealed a trace of confusion. Then he sat back in the carriage. His expression was calm as he headed towards Iron Cloud Citadel. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, it was already here. Since he had already done something, there would always be a reward. Everyone had their own thoughts. They unconsciously quickened their pace towards Iron Cloud Citadel. After entering Iron Cloud Citadel, Du Shiqing's carriage went straight to the royal palace. Tai Butian could not wait any longer. Her father's condition was getting worse and worse. She wanted Du Shiqing to immediately cure her father. Even if she had other considerations, she had to put them aside for now. She also knew that being able to invite Du Shiqing this time was most likely due to Du Qing Ro's calculations. Du Qing allowing Du Shiqing to come was definitely not with good intentions. It was most likely to let Du Shiqing use his miraculous skills to cure her father's illness so that he could compete with her for power. However, even if Tai Butian knew that this was a trap, she could only gladly jump into it, because that was her father, not only the emperor, but also her father. That night, when Tai Butian returned to Butian Pavilion, it was already very late. Two people had been waiting in the main hall for a long time. "Did you find that person?" Tai Butian asked softly. He gently rubbed his forehead with his thin and weak left hand as he asked in a tired manner. "This subordinate is incompetent and could not find this person's whereabouts." One of them bowed and said, "This person entered Iron Cloud Citadel and suddenly disappeared. We could not find him anywhere. Send more people to look for him." Tai Butian rubbed her forehead and sighed. She rubbed her forehead with her hand and added, "Do not disturb the people. In the current Iron Cloud, even the power of the people is extremely important. Don't say anything like that." "Yes," the person replied, and then said worriedly, "Your Highness, this subordinate sees that you are really tired these days. Should we find someone to help you relieve your fatigue?" "That is also good. Let Lan Xiang come and relieve my fatigue." Tai Butian did not decline, but her expression showed that she was even more tired. "Yes." The two men in black retreated. Tai Butian frowned and fell into deep thought. Her brows showed that she was very worried. She remembered what Du Shiqing said after seeing her father's illness. "Your Highness, the Emperor's illness has been accumulating for many years. Moreover, there is still poison left in his body. After a long time, it has seeped into his bone marrow and is difficult to cure. I can only do my best and leave the rest to fate." Tai Butian heaved a heavy sigh. "Seeped into his bone marrow and is difficult to cure." These words made Tai Butian's heart feel as if it was being torn apart. "Imperial Father, is there really no hope?" The palace maid called Lan Xiang had already come in. Seeing that Tai Butian was deep in thought, she did not dare to disturb her and stood quietly to the side. After a long time, she heard Tai Butian sigh deeply. The corner of her eyes actually flashed with sparkling light. "Grandfather cried?" Grandfather Butian, who had always been strong and supported the entire Iron Cloud nation, actually cried? Lan Xiang's heart suddenly ached. Only people like her who were close to Grandfather Butian knew how hard it was for Grandfather Butian. In order to catch up to Du Qingro, Grandfather Butian had sacrificed so much. From when he was a child until now, in these 10 years, Grandfather Butian had not slept more than 4 hours a day. The entire nation, the lives of millions of people, all depended on him. Du Qingro and Great Zhao Empire, with their powerful national strength and superior intelligence, were like a mountain pressing down on them. If it was anyone else, they would have collapsed long ago. But Tai Butian, with the body of a young man, was able to withstand it. Chapter 61. Tai Butian sighed again and said faintly, "Lan Xiang, help me rub my temples." It was as if he already knew she was coming. But Lan Xiang knew that he was in a trance and did not notice her. Because Tai Butian would never show his weakness in front of anyone, Tai Butian raised his eyes to look at Lan Xiang. His eyes were clear and bright. He did not even need time to recover. He had already regained the demeanor of the Grand Elder Butian. Lan Xiang agreed and walked over quietly. "Grand Elder is tired, too tired. What I need to do is to use all my strength to let him relax for a while." But after a while, Tai Butian suddenly thought of something and sat up. Frowning, he pondered for a while and said, Send someone to see if beyond the heavens sects Bao Kuanglei and Miss Wu Qianqian are asleep. If they are not, ask them to come to my place. Because he suddenly remembered that when Du Shiqing introduced Chuyang, he seemed to have said, "Abandoned disciple of beyond the heavens sect." Abandoned disciple. These two words made Tai Butian very puzzled. Such a person, no matter which sect he was in, would be a top character. They would protect him like a treasure, and would not even have enough time to cultivate him. How could he be expelled? Beyond the heavens sect Master Wu Yinliang. He had met him a few times. He did not seem like such a foolish person. Could it be that there was something hidden? Or was there some conspiracy? Or was there something else? Lan Xiang was startled and obediently replied, "Yes." Only then did Tai Butian lie down again. Even when he was lying down, the snow-white cloak on his body was still tightly wrapped around his body, not revealing the slightest bit of his figure. After a while, Bao Kuanglei and Wu Qianqian arrived. After a while, looking at the backs of Bao Kuanglei and Wu Qianqian, Tai Butian lay down thoughtfully. The Chuyang mentioned by Bao Kuanglei and Wu Qianqian and the Chuyang mentioned by Du Shiqing were not the same person. As for the matter of abandoning a disciple, the two of them did not know the inside story. They only knew from the sect's announcement that Chuyang had killed his own martial brother, which seriously violated the rules of Beyond the Heavens sect. The fact that he was not executed on the spot was already extremely lenient. Tai Butian's brows furrowed slightly. After a long while he mumbled, "This Chuyang is really interesting." His voice was very low, so low that other than himself, no one else could hear it. "MP, MP, MP." Once Chuyang entered the city gate, he wiped his face and changed his appearance. He walked along the road for a while, turned into an alley, and then turned two corners. When he came out again, he had changed his appearance. He was in his 30s, had a fierce face, and was slightly hunchbacked. Step by step, he walked out vividly like a camel. It wasn't that he didn't want Tai Butian's men to find him. Rather, he wanted to accumulate the greatest amount of capital for himself before letting them find him. After all, it was impossible to have a certain status without strength and capital. Therefore, Chuyang decided to go all the way. In broad daylight, he started to accumulate capital, but his methods were a bit unscrupulous. The reason why Du Qingro coveted Ironcloud Nation was because Ironcloud Nation had countless mines. Moreover, most of them were refined iron. Therefore, Ironcloud Nation was so extravagant that even the ordinary soldiers' arrows were made of half-refined iron. One must know that even with the wealth of Great Zhao, only the arrowheads of the soldiers' arrows were made of pure iron. The rest of the arrows were made of bamboo. Furthermore, Ironcloud Nation is close to the grasslands, located in the north. The people there are tough, and their military strength is strong. If Great Zhao does not eliminate Ironcloud Nation first, then no matter which direction they go, they will always feel like there is a thorn in their back. Chuyang came out of the alley and came face to face with a fat man. He had a fat face and big ears. His eyes were somewhat lustful as he looked around. The clothes he wore were not too luxurious, and when he walked, his back was slightly bent. He did not seem to be a powerful person. Moreover, besides looking at young ladies and young wives, he avoided looking at other people. It seemed that he was a timid person. Chuyang took a step forward. Like a demon, he directly grabbed the man's collar. In the next moment, he was back in the alley and dragged the fat man in like a dead pig. Chuyang's movements were very fast. Outside, one could only see his shadow flash, and the fat man, who was hated by everyone on the street, disappeared without a trace. The fat man was caught off guard. He was so scared that all the fat on his body was trembling. He begged for mercy, but did not dare to speak loudly. Big master, I have parents and children this. What this and that? Chuyang glared fiercely. Let me tell you, your parents are Ma Tua from Five Flower Mountain, outside the city. Today, I entered the city to do some business. I found you pleasing to the eye, so I gave you some pointers on how to get rich. 5 Flower Mountain. Matua. The fat man trembled as he looked at Chu Yang's camouflaged hunchback. He was so scared that he almost fainted. Suddenly, out of nowhere, he said, Big Master, King, there is no 5 Flower Mountain outside the city. Fuck! Chu Yang slapped him. You don't care if there is 5 Flower Mountain or not. Let me ask you, do you want to live or die? I want to live. Big Master, please spare my life. The fat man answered very quickly. Tell me about the situation in Iron Cloud Citadel. Chu Yang said fiercely, be more detailed. If there is even a little bit missing, I will use all the fat on your body to light a lantern. As he said this, he clasped his hands together, and the sound of his joints cracking could be heard. Combined with his ferocious gaze, it was enough to scare people out of their wits. The situation in Iron Cloud Citadel naturally needed to be clear. The fat man's body went limp, and he fell to the ground like a pile of mud. His face was full of tears and mucus. His pants were dripping wet, and his front and back exploded at the same time. A foul smell wafted out. Half an hour later, Chu Yang covered his nose and quickly walked out of the alley. After walking for a long time, he finally took a deep breath of air. Oh my God, I almost suffocated to death. It was really too smelly. Later, the fat man did not know if it was because he was so frightened that his stomach was not feeling well or something else. He kept farting while trembling as he explained. This made Chu Yang extremely depressed. However, it had to be said that even though this fat man did not have much makeup, he was still quite familiar with Iron Cloud Citadel. From the south to the north, from the east to the west, he gave Chu Yang a very detailed introduction. He even went so far as to which streets and alleys, which families' young ladies were particularly beautiful, which families' young ladies were particularly coquettish. Everything was described in detail. A certain girl had fair skin, a certain girl had a curvy figure, and a certain girl had a pair of amorous eyes that were easy to seduce, which family had more money, which family had more power. This was the division between the black and white sides of Iron Cloud Citadel, their respective businesses, the distribution of the mines outside Iron Cloud Citadel. Which family could not be offended, which family had to be avoided, and so on and so forth and so on. Chu Yang's head was spinning from listening. In the end, he followed the fat man's instructions and went out to buy a map. Chapter 62. Who says there are no bandits in the city? Motherfucker, this is bullshit. Why would bandits differentiate between the city and the countryside? Look at that Matua. His eyes are obviously green, specifically asking about which family has more money. Fatty wanted to cry, but had no tears. That hateful guy. Not only did he scare me half to death, he even took my poor banknotes before leaving, not even leaving behind a few taels of silver. He even glorified it by saying, doing good for the heavens and doing good deeds. Before leaving, he even said, I spent your money to solve your problems. Please don't take it to heart. My heart is kind. Motherfucker, if everyone was as kind as you, then there would be no one left in this world. Brother, I've given you so many ways. You can find whoever you want to do justice for the heavens. Even if you find those pretty girls, I won't show any mercy to them. Just don't come looking for me. I'm really not rich, Fatty prayed as he walked. That afternoon, Chu Yang left the city and went to the mines outside the city. He wanted to buy some steel, but when he arrived, he found out that Wu Yunliang gave him 300,000 taels of silver. It sounded like a lot, but he wanted steel? Sorry, our Ironcloud nation does not have steel. Chu Yang painfully spent 10,000 taels of silver to buy a large pile of steel at a high price from the workshop. More than half of the 300,000 taels of silver were gone. After only one night, Chu Yang looked at the piece of iron in front of him that was only as thick as his arm and wanted to cry. Without any other choice, he he threw in the rest of his money. In the blink of an eye, he went from a rich man with 300,000 strings of silver to a pauper, but it was still a drop in the bucket. Chu Yang frowned. Anger rose in his heart, and hatred grew in his heart. Money. The most important thing is money. 1 coin can drive a hero to death? To Master Chu, this was a joke. 1 coin can drive an idiot to death, this is true. But if you want to drive Master Chu to death? Ha 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 ha. Chu Yang's eyes emitted a wolf-like green light. The next night, several wealthy families in Iron Cloud Citadel were suddenly robbed. The thieves were very clever. In the dark night, they came and went. They really were nocturnal. When they woke up in the morning, a few rich men looked at their empty coffers and fainted one by one. Even if millions of rats entered the granary at the same time, it wouldn't be so clean. If a mouse entered the granary, it would at least leave a pile of debris on the ground. However, the vaults of these rich men were completely empty. When one stepped into the vaults, there would be echoes. A cloud of dust rose from the ground. All the gold was gone, all the silver was gone, and all the treasures were gone. It was so clean that even a mouse would come out with tears in its eyes. Wasn't this thief too ruthless and clean? All the bodyguards didn't hear anything, but there was nothing left. One of them, Li Laokai, had hidden the banknotes under his pillow. When he saw the warehouse, he felt somewhat comforted, despite the pain in his heart. He thought that he would be able to keep some money for himself. Who would have thought that when he went back to check the banknotes, he would be knocked unconscious on the spot? When he woke up, hundreds of thousands of taels of banknotes had disappeared without a trace. He could only vaguely make out a hunchback. In each of these rich men's warehouses, there was a line of writing left behind, showing the honesty of this great thief. On it was written, "I will not change my name. I will not change my surname. I will rob the rich to give to the poor." There was a heroic aura of one man taking responsibility for what he had done. The next morning, outside of Iron Cloud Citadel's government office, the grievance redressing drum was beaten loudly. Moreover, it was continuous. Dozens of fat old men had tears on their faces. They were on the verge of collapse as they crazily beat the drum. Later, the entire square in front of the government office was filled with cries. The cries were mournful, like the cries of apes deep in the mountains, causing people to cry. However, in Iron Cloud Citadel, from the top to the bottom, everyone looked on with cold eyes. There were even some who gloated and set off firecrackers. The officials did their routine registration and let these old men go back to wait for the news. The main reason was that these people were not good people. Normally, their eyes grew on top of their heads, they were arrogant, and they bullied men and women. Even when Butian was collecting money to build an army at the beginning of the year, these cheapskates did not even give a single cent. They said that they had no more food at home and were about to starve. They were about to starve, yet they lost hundreds of thousands of taels of silver and tens of thousands of taels of gold. You guys are too talented. You only lost this much money? You deserve it. Damn it. Why didn't you steal all your money along with it? You actually expected us, old men, to recover your losses. Even if we recovered, we would have said that we did not recover it. It would have been better if we just used it as military expenses for the army. However, the news about the arrest of 5-Flower Mountain Horse Camel was immediately spread out like wildfire. No matter what, this evil and greedy thief had to be arrested and brought to justice. In one night, he robbed 50 rich families. How many accomplices did he have? If he was left alone, it would cause endless trouble. Thus, all the law enforcers in Iron Cloud Citadel became busy. In just a few days, they did not catch Horse Camel, but they caught thieves and pickpockets one after another. Outside the yamen, in a corner far away, a fat man dressed in luxurious clothes trembled as he looked at the wailing moneybags. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets, his lips trembled, and his face turned pale. It was as if he had sat on a hard bench for half a day. There was not a trace of blood on his face. Heavens! This was really done by horse camel. I can swear. Because these people he stole were all the people I told him about. Not a single one was left out. Oh my God! This thief is really fierce. Luckily, this old man was caught early. If it was someone else who was caught, I would be one of the unlucky ones right now, to tell the truth. The reason why Chuyang was so accurate was all because of these cheapskates. This fat man's contribution could not go unnoticed. Because this guy was a bit shameless and despicable, of course, his friends were all jackals of the same tribe. At that time, under Chu Yang's threat, in order to save their lives, who cared about friends? Of course, there were also some people who were doing honest business and were passionate about public welfare. These people were very rich. However, this fatty did not get along with these people. They did not like him and were not familiar with him. In a moment of panic, the people he blurted out were naturally the people he was most familiar with. Hearing the crying, the fatty sneakily covered his ears. He turned around, twisted his fat butt, and rolled all the way home. Motherfucker, these old people are basically the top rich people in the world. Ha ha ha. Who told them to look down on me for being poor? Now, humph! Which one of you can compare to this old rich man? Thank you, horse camel. 3 days later, Chuyang, with a head that looked like a chicken's nest, opened his shop on a busy street 2 streets away from the imperial palace. This was a 3-story building. Just yesterday it was still a tea house. Today it suddenly changed owners. 3 teams in charge of moving and building were busy for an entire day and night. Although the original owner of the tea house was puzzled, he did not ask anything for the sake of the glistening gold. He directly moved away. What a joke! The total value of his tea house, including the staff and equipment, was only 50 taels of gold. The other party was rich enough to throw out 200 taels of gold. Moreover, he did not want anything inside. He could just find another place and reopen with the same staff. He would be a fool not to accept. Therefore, this place was named Chu. It was now under the jurisdiction of the rich and powerful big boss Chu. Chapter 63. On the signboard facing the main street, the words Heavenly Armament Pavilion were written in golden lacquer. Half of the street was illuminated in a golden color. It was dazzling. The couplets on the left and right were also made of silver and painted in gold. The entire facade was filled with the appearance of a nouveau riche. As soon as people came here, they would immediately smell the stench of copper in the air. First couplet, cutting iron like mud is not a dream. Let me open your eyes. Second couplet, divine weapons are always here if you want to come quickly. Horizontal scrawl, no patience to wait. Next to the door was a sign, Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Open for money. Do not enter if you do not have enough money. 10,000 taels of silver was the starting price. 1,000,000 taels of gold was not considered rich. Take out treasures, and you will be satisfied as soon as you enter. Not only was it a nouveau riche, but it also did not look like much. From the signboard to the couplet, it was all very tacky. Even those few words were crooked and full of evil. It was like a mouse's tail was dipped in ink, and then a bowl of wine was poured into the mouse's mouth. After the mouse was drunk, it dragged its tail and drew it. Then Big Boss Chu sat upright and waited for the fat sheep to come. This was called Jiang Taigong fishing the willing bite. Of course, Chu Yang didn't know about this story, but there was a handsome and talented girl named Feng Ling who knew about it. It had to be said that after several days and nights, Chu Yang was tired, but he was also very excited. The taste of reaping without sowing was too wonderful. Damn, no wonder so many people wanted to be thieves. With a stretch of his hand, he had gold and silver. It was too satisfying. Robbing the rich to help the poor. Yes, it made sense. At that time, they were so rich and so poor that they wanted to die. Robbing a little was not considered helping the poor, right? When this Heavenly Armament Pavilion opened, it made everyone's eyes bulge. Too arrogant, Too outrageous. In all the previous dynasties, no one had ever seen anyone do business like this. This was not doing business. It was simply offending people. Moreover, it first insulted itself and then offended others. In an instant, this heavenly armament pavilion became the biggest joke since the founding of Iron Cloud Nation. It quickly became famous. Quick, go and take a look. There's a crazy guy who's opening a shop on the street. Whoosh! A large group of people quickly gathered outside the Heavenly Weapon Pavilion to watch the excitement. It was a cloudy day. Since everyone had nothing to do, it was not a bad idea to take a look at this idiot. However, everyone was a little puzzled. Why couldn't this fool show off? Why did he have to come to Iron Cloud Citadel's busiest street to embarrass himself? Was there something wrong with this guy's brain? But if he was really an idiot, where did he get so much money to open a shop here? Big Boss Chu crossed his legs. There was no divine weapon on the counter in front of him, only a cup of tea. Hot steam and the aroma of tea rose from the teacup, and Big Boss Chu's head was also touched by the aroma of the tea. He was really sleepy. On the left wall near the inner door hung a sword, a saber, a short sword, and a short saber. It seemed like these 4 items were what gave him the confidence to open his business. They were also the divine weapons that he was prepared to sell. Outside the door, everyone was guessing, sighing, and laughing. Chu Yang turned a deaf ear. The people he wanted to sell to were not these people. Plus, Chu Yang's memories from his previous life clearly told him that Iron Cloud Nation did not care about anything else. But the 2 words, heavenly weapon, would definitely touch the sensitive nerves of Iron Cloud Nation's upper echelons. Get out of the way, get out of the way. A good dog does not block the way. I'm talking about you. What are you going to do? Unreasonable shouts came from afar. A few big black men with open collars were walking over like crabs from the east, west, north, and south. Wherever they went, people would avoid them as if they had seen a god of plague. What heavenly weapon pavilion? What the fuck? A big man with a big mole on his face and a thick tuft of long black hair looked at the plaque of Heavenly Weapon Pavilion. His nose pointed to the sky and suddenly became angry. Motherfucker, are you crazy? Don't come in if you don't have enough money. Old money, but I want to go in. What about it? Big brother. The underling next to him, who was looking left and right, shouted in surprise. This is all silver. Pure silver. This guy pointed at the plaque and jumped up and down. He looked like the wind. Silver. The big man pinched the plaque in confusion. Suddenly his voice changed. Fuck! It's really silver. Looking up at the plaque, his gaze suddenly changed. It became greedy and vicious. Who is the boss inside? Come out, come out. The big man's voice was almost hoarse. He swallowed his saliva up and down the street. Fuck, I don't want anything. I just want to scare them and move the plaque back. That's enough. You want to buy something? Chu Yang crossed his arms and slowly walked out. There was no other way. In the entire Heavenly Weapon Pavilion, he was the only one. The boss and the workers were all taken care of by him. When he came out, Big Boss Chu's nose became crooked. He was always ready to catch a big fish. In the end, before the big fish came, he attracted a group of hooligans. This was too unlucky. This shop is yours. The big man's nose pointed to the sky. What? Chu Yang was in a bad mood. His tone was naturally not good. What? Fuck, you have a temper. It seems that you don't know who is standing in front of you. The big black man stretched out his hand and was about to grab the collar of this hateful little guy and beat him up. Fuck off. Chu Yang shouted in a low voice. He opened his eyes wide and shook his arms. Then a burst of visible black smoke emitted from his body with a bang sound. It dispersed into an overwhelming and surging evil aura. It carried an ice-cold chill as it rushed over with a bang. This big man was only a street hooligan. He was not even a martial disciple. He only relied on his 2 arms to play the role of a hooligan. How could he resist the sole intimidation of a revered martial artist? As soon as the big man finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill. Then he was hit in the face by the evil energy. His entire body and soul were frightened. His eyes rolled back. He felt as if he had fallen into an endless nightmare. Countless evil spirits were coming from all directions. They were bleeding from all 7 orifices. Letting out a scream that did not sound like a human's, the big man staggered back. Suddenly he held his head with both hands and rolled back and forth on the ground. He screamed like a madman, "Spare me! No, I didn't kill him. Spare me! Spare me!" He suddenly jumped up and turned around to escape. However, he fell down as soon as he took a step. Blood flowed out. He was paralyzed on the ground. He could not stand up. However, he was still desperately crawling forward. As he crawled forward, his pants gradually became wet. Only the heart-wrenching voice of begging for mercy echoed in the air for a long time. The 2 little brothers, following him, did not know what had happened. However, when they saw their boss turn from normal to terrifying in the blink of an eye, they felt a chill run down their spine. They could not help but shout, one to the left, the other to the right. They scattered like birds and beasts. Chu Yang looked at the 3 people running away with a perplexed expression. He scratched his head as if he did not know what had happened. After thinking for a while, he said, "Oh yes, the heavenly weapons all have a murderous aura. It seems that these people have bad intentions. They offended the heavenly weapons. The heavenly weapons have a spirit and are punishing them." Hearing him say this, the onlookers immediately understood what was going on. They could not help but feel fear on their faces. They took a step back and felt a chill run down their spines. Chu Yang laughed and said, "Everyone, who else wants to come in and take a look? Please, please, don't be polite." With a boom, the onlookers dispersed. Chu Yang smiled mischievously and turned around to go back. Heavenly Armament Pavilion is really amazing. The heavenly weapons there actually have a spirit. If someone has bad intentions, they will directly send down heavenly punishment. This rumor spread faster than the previous one. After all, many people had seen it with their own eyes. When this spread out, it would be even more sensational. The person who said this spoke in a low voice. He was very careful. The people who heard this felt a chill run down their spines. Who dared not to believe it? Didn't you see that tuft of hair in the East Street was scared out of his wits? What tuft of hair did not know? It was that ruffian who collected protection money. Chapter 64. That night, Chu Yang was still somewhat puzzled. On the first day of business, Heavenly Armament Pavilion's arrogance had already attracted a lot of onlookers. Many of them were martial artists. There were also a lot of people with gorgeous clothes and arrogant expressions. They were probably people from big clans in the capital. Why were these people able to resist their curiosity and not come in to take a look? It must be known that having a divine weapon in hand could increase one's battle prowess by at least 1 level, no matter if it was in Jianghu or on the battlefield. It was a treasure that could save one's life. Having a divine weapon that far exceeded the quality of an ordinary divine weapon was equivalent to having an extra life. Was this not enough of an attraction? No matter if it was a martial artist or a martial artist, this attraction should be enough, right? Chu Yang was puzzled. What was going on? As far as I know, once people in Iron Cloud Nation heard about this, they should have flocked over regardless of their chastity. But why was it so strange that no one was interested? Did I remember wrongly? On the second day, there were still onlookers, but it was even more deserted than the first day. There was not even a single person coming in. On the first day, there was at least a local ruffian causing trouble. On the third day, there were even fewer onlookers. Chu Yang could not help but feel depressed. Buying or not buying was one thing, but at least a few people would come in to take a look. There were millions of people in the capital, but they were not curious? What was going on? On the third night, there was finally some movement. Chu Yang was looking at the book that Du Shirqin gave him, Immortal Medicine. Opening the title page, there was a preface. In this world, who cannot die? There is none. Therefore, doctors can only cure immortal diseases. But what is an immortal disease? Yu Kai believes that all injuries and illnesses caused by external forces or by people outside of the body are considered to be undying illnesses. An immortal disease is the mandate of heaven. Chu Yang's spirit was lifted as he read. The meaning of these words was very clear. As long as the person was not too old to the point of dying, any disease could be cured. Of course, this was only in theory. But even if it was only in theory, the tone was extremely arrogant. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Chu Yang was reading with great interest. Hearing this, he impatiently asked, "Who is it?" "I heard that there are divine weapons for sale here, so I'm here to pay you a visit." A tired voice came from outside. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Although this voice sounded tired, there was a kind of arrogance in it. It was as if it didn't put anyone in its eyes. Only someone who had been in a high position for a long time would have such a tone. Moreover, this voice was very young. He closed the book and opened the door, only to see a young man in brocade clothes standing in front of him. His face was calm and tired, but between his brows there seemed to be a light worry that could not be resolved. Looking at Chu Yang opening the door, he didn't have any strange expression. Although he was dressed extravagantly, the hem of his clothes was covered in dust, as if he had not rested after a long journey. How could such a person with such an arrogant tone end up in such a sorry state? The moment Chu Yang opened the door, the young man's stomach suddenly growled. It seemed that he was extremely hungry, but there was no trace of embarrassment on his face when the lamp was lit. It was as small as a bean. "Please have a seat." Chu Yang could tell from the aura and demeanor of this person that this young man in front of him was certainly not an ordinary person. He was definitely the younger brother of a big family. This was because the aura of someone in a high position was not something that an ordinary official's family would have. Although it was easy for rich families to produce hedonistic sons, it was also the easiest place to produce talents. This was because they were much higher than ordinary heroes. Chu Yang was a little suspicious. How could such a treasure of a big family come out in the middle of the night without any guards? Moreover, why was he in such a sorry state? The young man smiled and looked around the store. Then he walked in and sat down across from Chu Yang. He smiled and said, "Brother, what is your name? Do you want to buy a weapon, or are you here to visit a friend?" Chu Yang smiled and asked. "Good." The young man looked at him for a while before lightly praising him. As he spoke, he took the sword from his waist and placed it on the table. He looked at it with pity for a while before slowly pushing it in front of Chu Yang. "Brother, since you specialize in divine weapons, why don't you take a look at my sword?" Chu Yang was speechless. He was here to sell weapons. He had not opened for 3 days and did not have a single customer. Now that someone had come in the middle of the night, it seemed like he was also here to sell weapons. Was he in the same industry? His luck was really unlucky to the extreme. But thinking about it, he still reached out and took the sword. Since he had nothing to do, he had nothing to do. When the sword entered his hand, it was heavy. Chu Yang could not help but relax his brows and praise, "Good sword." "Brother, you have not opened it yet. How do you know it is a good sword?" The young man in brocade looked at him with a smile. Although his clothes were in a sorry state, his words and actions were calm. This showed that his upbringing was not bad. Normal long swords are 3 feet long, 3 feet 3 with the scabbard. Your sword is 3 feet 5 with the scabbard. Chu Yang looked at the sword and said, "Swords are the kings of weapons." The phrase, "an inch longer is an inch stronger," refers to swords and not other weapons. Everyone thinks that this phrase is applicable to any weapon, but it is a misunderstanding. Because swords are soft killing weapons. If it is long, it is not strong. If it is not strong, it is brittle. If it is brittle, it is easy to break. Thus, short swords are easy to make, but long swords are difficult. Like your sword, with such a long piece, it increases the difficulty of making a sword. But from the scabbard and the hilt, it is simple and old, with a faint blood energy. It is enough to show that it has been through many years and has experienced many killings. But it is still the same. It is undoubtedly a good sword. Well said. The young man laughed, his laughter full of praise. He said, "Brother, you really are someone who understands swords." Also, the weight of an ordinary sword is around 5 kilograms. The ideal weight of a sword is around 7 kilograms. Chu Yang lightly said, "It's hard to say if it's mixed with other specific metals. Your sword, including the scabbard, is already more than 15 kilograms. Chu Yang said, "The sword is heavy, but the shape is unchanged. It is definitely a good sword." The praise in the young man's eyes became even stronger. Chu Yang flipped his wrist. With a clang, like the roar of a dragon or a tiger, the long sword came out of the scabbard. Instantly a cold light shone out. Like a pea light shining on the sword, it flashed with thousands of lights, illuminating the entire room. "Good sword," Chu Yang exclaimed as he carefully examined it. The more he looked, the more he praised. The sword was like autumn water. Even if it was still, it seemed to be constantly trembling. Looking at a beauty under the lamp is a great joy in life. But only people who love swords know that looking at a famous sword under the lamp is the greatest blessing. The young man sighed and said, "Swords have a spirit, a heart. Looking at a sword is looking at killing, looking at Jiang Hu, looking at a famous sword in autumn water, the roar of a dragon or a tiger. There are iron horses and ice rivers in Jianghu." "That's right." Chu Yang sighed and said, "Looking at a sword is looking at Jianghu." He raised his head and looked at the young man in front of him. He said, "But you and I have never met before. You did not come here to let me look at this sword and feel Jianghu." As he said this, the sword light flashed. Chu Yang did not even look at it. The long sword had already returned to the scabbard with a clang, as if the sword had its own eyes. "You are indeed an expert in using swords." The young man smiled. "But I naturally did not come here just to let you look at the sword. I just want to find a person who loves swords." His eyes flashed with a look of pain. He said, "Ever since I came out, I did not have a single cent on me. I have traveled 8,000 miles to come here. But all the things that I had before have been sold. Only this sword is left." He looked at Chu Yang with a burning gaze. "Brother, I only need 100 taels of gold. I will pawn this sword with you. After a period of time, I will come back to take it. At that time, I will return you 10,000 taels of gold. Take this sword." Chu Yang was silent. He was a little suspicious. Chapter 65. In this world, there are countless professional pawn shops. I'm just one of them. This shop is only for my own purpose. It's to attract attention and increase my status. As long as my purpose is achieved, I'll close it down. Since opening, I haven't done any business. But someone is rushing to pawn my shop in the middle of the night? Moreover, it's such a good sword. There was something strange about this matter. It's too unusual. Is there something fishy about this? Late at night, in the imperial residence, the tall and sturdy Wu Kuang-yin left in a sorry state. He came to Tai Butian's place. Before he could even say a word, Tai Butian stopped him. No need to explain. "I know it's you." Then he was left hanging here. He was left hanging for the entire afternoon and night. This great general who had made outstanding achievements in Iron Cloud Nation, who was mighty and powerful in front of the two armies, and who was invincible in the hearts of his subordinates, was constantly wiping his cold sweat for the entire afternoon and night. Tai Batian had been giving out official replies and making arrangements nonstop. Batches of people came in and batches of people left. Everyone was in a hurry. Only Wu Kuang-yin stood motionless in the hall like a wooden stake. He had lost a lot of face this time. Wu Kuang-yin looked at the curious, surprised, and mocking gazes in everyone's eyes. He was so ashamed that he almost wanted to find a hole to hide in, especially the few guys he knew and was very familiar with. They looked at him as if he was a monkey. Wu Kuang-yin looked at Tai Butian countless times with begging eyes. "Little ancestor, even if you cut off my head, don't let me poke it here." However, Tai Butian didn't even look at him. She didn't even look at him. She didn't even talk to him. Since Tai Butian didn't speak, he naturally didn't dare to speak. The power of this young crown prince was secondary. The key was the reputation he had accumulated over the years. Wu Kuang-yin was extremely respectful of him. It was because of this respect that he was afraid. If it were someone else, this notoriously bad-tempered general would have already slammed the table and cursed. However, in front of Tai Butian, he had to think twice even if he wanted to breathe loudly. Tai Butian's last words saved him from his predicament. He looked at the official on the table in front of him and said without raising his head, "Go find the military law office and receive 100 canes. Everyone involved in this matter will be punished in the same way." Tai Butian looked at Duke on the table in front of her. Without even raising her head, she said, "I believe that you won't play any tricks." Scram! Tai Butian didn't get angry. Her voice was very calm. However, this calm voice made Wu Kuang-yin's heart tremble, because this meant that Tai Butian was really angry. If it was not for the crisis of Iron Cloud Nation, perhaps his head would already be hanging from the flagpole. Sigh, if it weren't for the crisis, I wouldn't have done such a thing. Wu Kuang-yin felt as if he had been pardoned when he heard Tai Butian's punishment. He expressed his thanks again and again. Then he turned around and left the imperial residence, like a rabbit being chased by a hound. Then he let out a long sigh of relief and sat down on the ground with a plop. Then he opened his mouth and sighed. "My dear mother has finally come out. This feeling is worse than being beaten up. As for playing any tricks," Wu Kuang-yin didn't even think about it. Although 100 canes were a lot, he could still bear it. However, if he played any tricks, it wouldn't be a matter of 100 canes the next time. There were many examples of this kind of thing. Wu Kuang-yin absolutely wouldn't dare to go against the imperial residence's orders. Imperial residence, we have found that person. Oh, where is he? Tai Butian was looking at the mountainous pile of memorials on the table. Her right hand was holding a brush made from weasel hair. "Schwa, schwa, schwa," she replied to several memorials without thinking. Although his speed was fast, he was able to see every single one of them clearly. Moreover, he had also gone through careful consideration in his heart. Every reply hit the nail on the head and went straight to the heart of the matter. This kind of insight was admirable. This morning, there was a rumor in the streets of Iron Cloud Imperial City that someone was scared to death. When we heard the news, we went to take a look. Unexpectedly, the person you are looking for is the shopkeeper of a shop. That person's expression was somewhat strange. It seemed that he couldn't help but laugh. Shopkeeper? Tai Butian finally couldn't help but tremble. Her brush smeared a smudge on the memorial in front of her. This was really unexpected. How could such a wolf-like person be a shopkeeper of a shop in Iron Cloud Citadel? However, he opened Heavenly Armament Pavilion. The black-clothed Imperial Guard described Heavenly Armament Pavilion and said, "It seems to be selling divine weapons." However, the arrogance in his tone is unprecedented. Divine weapons? Very arrogant. Tai Butian gently put down the brush in her hand. Her beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled. After a long time, she thoughtfully said, "Tomorrow I will go take a look." Also, rumor has it that the crazy person offended a divine weapon and was punished by the heavens. However, according to my investigation, That person was frightened by Chu Yang's aura. His soul left his body, causing him to go crazy. Oh! Tai Butian's eyes flashed. She asked, what kind of cultivation level would be needed to scare someone to the point of going crazy? This is hard to say. The green-clothed man hesitated for a moment and said, generally, if it is a martial artist below revered level, even ordinary people would not be scared to the point of going crazy. This is because aura is, after all, an intangible thing. Moreover, the aura of a martial artist can only be keenly grasped by a martial artist of the same level. However, there are always accidents. What accidents? If the person emitting the aura is the kind of person who has killed countless people and has a blood debt, or a general who has killed countless people all year round, once he releases his aura, that kind of murderous aura would probably scare people to death on the spot without any accidents. However, this Chu Yang is so young. This seems a bit ridiculous. The green-clothed man furrowed his brows in distress. He also felt that his words were too inconceivable for that teenager. At such a young age, how could he have killed so many people? Oh! Tai Butian let out a long oh. We wanted to go in and take a look, but we were stopped by people from the military. They secretly sealed off Heavenly Armament Pavilion and did not allow anyone to enter. People from the military? Tai Butian suddenly smiled. Are they from Imperial Uncle Long Chung? Yes. Looks like Imperial Uncle is going to make a move. Tai Butian smiled in a relaxed manner. I didn't expect that a mere Heavenly Armament Pavilion would make Royal Uncle Long Chung, who has been living in seclusion these past few years and whom even I rarely see appear. This Chu Yang is really my lucky star. Also, we suddenly lost contact with 3 of the 7 branches of Butian Pavilion in Great Jiao. I am afraid Diwuqing Ro has made a move. Tai Butian furrowed his brows and thought for a long time before slowly saying, it cannot be Diwuqing Ro. Diwuqing Ro is not that impatient. He did not say why it was not Diwuqing Ro. It seemed to be a conclusion that could not be refuted. Is there any other news? The southeast of Great Jiao has begun to mobilize troops. 3 big legions are moving closer to Ghost Cry Valley. However, this seems to be directed at Limitless Nation and has nothing to do with Iron Cloud. Iron Cloud was located in the north of Great Jiao. The southeast of Great Jiao was thousands of miles away. However, when the green-clothed man said this, Tai Butian's face suddenly became serious. He muttered, southeast? His eyes suddenly shone with a sharp light. He muttered again, southeast? 3 big legions? Chapter 66. Yes, southeast. The man in blue was a little surprised by this response. How could the mobilization of troops thousands of miles away affect Iron Cloud? Tomorrow afternoon, have all the generals and military officials come here. Tai Butian frowned and said seriously, Great Jiao's mobilization this time is definitely unusual. Order Butian Intelligence Pavilion to quickly gather information. Once there is news, immediately send Iron Blood Express. Yes, send the news to Prince Tai Longcheng. Tai Butian added, since he came out he should know. Even if he doesn't come out, he still needs to let me know that he knows. This sentence was like a tongue twister. As she said this, Tai Butian also smiled. Yes, the man in blue's eyes flashed. Tai Longcheng was Tai Butian's uncle, the first prince of Iron Cloud. But he was not only a prince who lived like a prince, he was also a general, a famous general. On the list of famous generals of the continent, he was number 1. He was invincible and undefeatable. The entire border of Iron Cloud was managed by him like an iron plate. For Iron Cloud to be able to hold on for so long, besides Tai Butian's resourcefulness, there was also Tai Longcheng's power. The 2 of them, one internal and one external, one martial, were the best weapons to intimidate Diwuqing Ro. After the arrangements were made, Tai Butian waved her hand gently and said, "You can leave first. You have worked hard." "Yes, I will take my leave." The man in blue quietly left. "Southeast. Diwu Qingro, are you going to start?" Tai Butian took a deep breath. Only then did she pull back her thoughts. Right now, there were still things to take care of, especially Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Tai Butian uttered these 3 words, word by word. Her heart was burning with passion. With that person's ability, if he said these words, it must be true. What Tai Butian lacked now was a divine weapon. This kind of weapon might not be very useful to ordinary soldiers, but Butian Pavilion, which Tai Butian established herself, urgently needed this kind of divine weapon, because there was a considerable number of suicide soldiers. There was also a number of assassins secretly trained by the Iron Cloud royal family for many years. When carrying out an assassination, if one had a divine weapon in hand, the chances of success would increase by several times. Even if it was only a 10% increase, it was still worth it for Tai Butian to buy it at a high price. However, there had never been such a channel. Iron Cloud Nation has many mines, but high-level weapons have always been Iron Cloud Nation's weakness. Besides, this kind of divine weapon only existed in legends, and no one had ever seen it before. Now, someone had actually opened the Heavenly Armament Pavilion here. Tai Butian decided that regardless of whether this news was true or false, she would go and take a look tomorrow. An assassin was a death warrior. For a long time, people had thought of assassins and killers as the same thing. But this was a big mistake. Assassins and killers all had the goal of killing their enemies. However, the process was different. Once an assassin made a move, there would only be one outcome: death. Either the assassin would die or the target would die, or both sides would perish together. He had to pay with his own life before he could talk about killing the target. Regardless of whether the target died or not, the assassin was doomed. Therefore, there were often assassins who entered the enemy's heavily guarded areas to assassinate. Regardless of whether they succeeded or not, once they made a move, they would die first. Therefore, assassins were usually called death warriors. But assassins were different. Assassins were particular about fleeing far away after failing a strike, then slowly looking for an opportunity to strike. They were particular about protecting themselves first, then killing the enemy. There was a fundamental difference between these two. Therefore, even if there was a ranking in the world, there would only be the number 1 assassin, and not the number 1 assassin, because assassins could not be ranked. If a person decided to be an assassin, then he would be a living dead person. This is limited to personal understanding and this book's setting. Do not criticize. You might find it very strange. That young man's fingers gently stroked the blade of the sword. His eyes were full of passion and reluctance. He slowly said, "Black Dragon is a good sword. Anyone who owns it should take good care of it. I had visited a few pawn shops, but those people were all greedy. Pawning my sword to them will only be an insult to my Black Dragon. Forgive me for being blunt," Chu Yang said casually. "Since you can own such a sword, your skills should not be weak. Whether it's robbing or sneaking through walls, the so-called gold and silver to you is just a piece of cake. Why do you have to pawn your beloved sword? What are you talking about?" The young man looked as if he had been greatly insulted. He stood up and said angrily, "How can I, Gu Duxing, do such things?" Gu Duxing. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat and his eyes widened. So it's him. The memories of his previous life suddenly appeared in Chu Yang's mind. Gu Duxing, the successor of the Gu clan. He is one of the most outstanding talents of the younger generation. Rumor has it that he was nicknamed Sword Fanatic since he was young. He is obsessed with swords since he was born. He became a sword disciple at the age of 3, a swordsman at the age of 7, and a sword master at the age of 13 or 14. At the age of 18, he became a sword great master. At the age of 21, he became a sword revered. At the age of 33, he was already a grade sword king. He became the youngest person to become a sword emperor since ancient times. This kind of promotion speed was simply an unimaginable legend. Gu Duxing, he had practically created a myth and legend of the three heavens. Such an achievement, in the entire three heavens, only the evil Duke Ao Xieyin could compare to him. Gu Duxing, Ao Xieyin, they were the idols of all the youths in the three heavens. Even in his previous life, Gu Duxing was also a person that Chu Yang, the poisonous sword revered martial artist, looked up to. Chu Yang was determined to reach the peak, and a large part of it was because of these few geniuses. But Chu Yang would never have thought that the soaring dragon Sword King from his previous life had fallen to such a state. He actually wanted to pawn his famous, treasured sword here. How did he say this? No wonder when he heard the name of this black dragon sword, it sounded so familiar. So it was him, it was actually him. That year, there were 12 influential people in the three heavens. Black Devil, Dark Bamboo, Lone Guest, Poison Spirit, Heavenly Secrets, Li Xiong Tu, Black Saber Qian Hao, Evil Duke, Meng Luo, Qiong Hua, and Tian Bu. 12 people ran rampant in the three heavens, turning the entire three heavens into a giant rag. Every one of them was a rare expert, a top talent. Their lone guest was this young Master Gu Duxing in front of him. Chu Yang glanced at this legend of a generation who would run rampant in the three heavens in the future. His heart was lively as he calculated. Looking at him, he was only around 20 years old. In other words, he had not become a sword-revered martial artist yet, but he was definitely a sword great master, and a high-level sword great master. This was a meat pie that fell from the heavens. Damn, a high-level fighter sent to me by the heavens. It's rare that he's still so poor. Of course, what's even rarer is that I'm still so rich now. I've never been so rich, but Chu Yang was also somewhat puzzled. A dignified sword great master, for what reason did he fall to such a state? A sword great master, pawning his own sword? What the fuck is this? But from this, it could be seen that this Gu Duxing really looked the same as the legends from his previous life. Upright, firm, straightforward, and upright. Gu Duxing, in his entire life, acted arbitrarily and ran rampant in the world. But there was one great advantage to this. All the expenses he needed were earned legitimately. There was absolutely no wealth of unknown origin. Chapter 67. A master swordsman could be forced to this point by worldly gold and silver and still not steal or rob. Although Chu Yang despised him a little and disagreed with this approach, he had to admire this guy's persistence. Gu Duxing, right? Chu Yang smiled and put on an unfathomable look. He pointed at the 4 weapons hanging on the wall. Take a look first. How do my weapons compare to yours? As he spoke, Chu Yang stood up. He took down a sword and a machete from the wall. He placed them in front of Gu Duxing. Gu Duxing was stunned, and a disdainful look appeared on his face. He squinted and said, "Your weapons look new from the outside and have not been used. They are obviously freshly made. The scabbard is shiny. Although there are some cloud patterns lingering on it, it looks like ordinary steel. It's not worth much. This guy is really direct. This kind of weapon is just a common item. It's okay to kill chickens. At best, it's only good to deceive people who don't know the trade." As Gu Duxing spoke, he reached out to take the scabbard sword. He was indeed a master swordsman. He didn't even look at the saber. As soon as the sword was in his hand, Gu Duxing suddenly let out a sound of surprise. The disdainful look on his face disappeared in an instant. It was replaced by a strong sense of suspicion. "This sword is a little strange," Gu Duxing muttered, but his heart was shocked. This sword was actually heavier than his own. Chu Yang chuckled. He then stood up and walked into the inner room. Looks like this guy is hungry. I'd better prepare some food for him. Chu Yang was 100% assured that his weapons would be with Gu Duxing. This guy almost starved to death, but still didn't steal. He would rather pawn his beloved sword. If he didn't believe him, then there was really no one else to believe. Even if Du Qingro stole his sword and escaped, Chu Yang wouldn't be surprised. But if Gu Duxing stole his sword and escaped, wouldn't that be too funny? After a long while, Chu Yang brought the food out. He saw that Gu Duxing was still sitting at the table with his eyes wide open. He maintained a look of extreme shock. This guy was obviously very hungry, but unexpectedly he was indifferent to the food that Chu Yang brought out. He only looked at the sword in his hand and muttered to himself, "How is this possible? How was this possible? How can a sword that has not been nourished by human blood be so sharp? What's impossible?" Chu Yang held an iron bar as thick as an arm in his hand. Grabbing the sword in Gu Duxing's hand, he sliced the iron bar as if he was peeling an apple. With a slight sound, a thin piece of the iron bar was shaved off. Gu Duxing's eyes were wide open. He could see that Chu Yang was definitely not channeling his martial energy. It was just the sharpness of the sword itself. Whoosh! Another wave. Whoosh, whoosh. Half of the arm-thick iron bar had been shaved off. On the ground, there was a piece of shaving-like patch, black and shiny. Gu Duxing felt like he was about to collapse. Due to the conflict between him and his family, as well as other reasons, he snuck out. But at that time, he was in a hurry and forgot to bring money. Along the way, he had pawned most of his belongings. Besides, he was a man, not a woman. Why would he wear any accessories? It was just a jade pendant and a few golden beads that were used as hidden weapons. But after entering the pawn shop again and again, Gu Duxing was thoroughly annoyed by those people. When his jade pendant and golden beads entered, they actually became tattered jade pendant, tattered golden beads. Is there even a broken version of this thing? So even though Gu Duxing had been hungry for 2 days this time, he was determined not to go to the pawn shop. What kind of honorable sword was his black dragon? If those birdmen called it a tattered sword again, he was afraid that he would not be able to resist drawing his sword and killing people. So he came all the way here. After hearing the legend of this heavenly armament pavilion that scared people crazy, he tried to find this place. When he saw the 3 words, Heavenly Armament Pavilion, he suddenly felt very comfortable. Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Wasn't his black dragon a heavenly armament? Other than the 2 words, Heavenly Armament, there was really no other word that could match his black dragon. Even the description of a heavenly armament was not enough. The black dragon had spirituality. So Gu Duxing came in. He had already made up his mind. As long as the other party accepted, he must gather money in the shortest time possible and redeem the black dragon with the fastest speed possible. Of course, there was a prerequisite. That was that the owner of Heavenly Armament Pavilion had to treasure the black dragon so that he could be at ease. How could he have known that the place he casually walked in had such a treasured sword? The legendary sword that could cut iron like mud. Did he really see it? Secretly pinching his own thigh, Gu Duxing was finally sure that he was not dreaming. The next moment, Gu Duxing suddenly became furious. He was mad with anger. You sold such a sword to these vulgar people. Gu Duxing fiercely jumped up. His eyes were like copper bells as he stared fiercely at Chu Yang. The rumbling in his stomach became louder and louder. His mouth was also roaring, stamping with rage. Huh. Chu Yang blinked his eyes. This is blasphemy, a crime, an insult to these heavenly swords. Gu Duxing roared. He directly went crazy. Seeing that the other party still had such an indifferent expression, he could not help but be so angry that his heart was about to explode. Such a heavenly sword, if it was not a peerless swordsman, it would not be able to own it. It was not worthy to own it. Wasn't it said that a treasured sword was matched with a famous person, and a pearl was given to a beauty? How could ordinary people own such heavenly weapons? Heavenly weapons were well deserved. I won't allow it. Gu Duxing jumped up. His eyes were fierce. Absolutely not. Chu Yang was stunned, looking at this brother whose stomach was rumbling so loudly that he was about to starve to death, jumping up and down in his shop with such an agitated look. He actually did not allow him to sell his own things. What the heck? This was too ridiculous, wasn't it? Brother, this shop seems to be mine. Chu Yang did not know whether to laugh or cry. Gu Duxing was stunned. Then he said decisively and domineeringly, "What do you mean mine? Not even yours." Chu Yang was speechless. This guy, no wonder his cultivation progress was so fast. It seemed that he was already obsessed with swords. He was directly in a severe state of chi deviation. His infatuation wasn't just a little bit. This is a rare treasure sword in the world. Gu Duxing's eyes and face were even exuding a kind of fanatical glow. This is such a perfect treasure sword. This is a killing weapon. If such a sword pierced into a person's heart, if it chopped off a person's head, how cool would that be? Just thinking about it is enjoyable. As he spoke, he closed his eyes and stretched out his hand as if he was holding a sword. His mouth made a simulated sound, completely forgetting himself. Cha-cha. This is a sword. This is the home of a sword. Chu Yang was dumbfounded, looking at this crazy guy. He directly categorized this guy as a lunatic. There was such a thing. Gu Duxing was so agitated that he was convulsing. With a clang, he pulled out the saber on the table. The saber flashed. This guy's convulsions were even more severe, directly close to severe convulsions. This saber is also a rare treasure sword. He jumped to the side of the wall. With a swoosh, the short sword and saber were unsheathed at the same time. This is practically the Leduo of all martial artists in the world. Gu Duxing was already stunned. Suddenly, he stared at Chu Yang with grief and indignation. You actually want to sell such a sword? You actually want to sell the Leduo of all martial artists in the world? With his eyes wide open, he approached Chu Yang step by step. The muscles on his face spasmed. His eyes suddenly bulged like a frog's and suddenly shrank back into a ray of light. His lips trembled. Suddenly, he roared with an earth-shattering roar. "Are you still human?" Chapter 68. Chu Yang almost fainted. Beautiful study room. I only wanted to use these swords as bait, that's all. Why did I sell the Leduo of all the martial artists in the world? It's just selling a sword. Is there a need to be so serious? I actually became the enemy of all the martial artists in the world after selling this sword. If that's really the case, then I really can't live on. Chu Yang was speechless for a long time before he finally found a reason. Gu Duxing, why did you pawn the sword? I wanted to eat. Gu Duxing's brain couldn't wrap itself around it. He didn't know why the other party brought this up. Yes, you wanted to eat. So you pawned the sword that you love more than your life. Chu Yang nodded and pointed at his own nose. But what about me? Have you ever thought that I also need to eat? If I don't eat, I'll still starve to death. I'm the same as you, understand? If I don't sell the sword and I don't have any other skills, what will I eat? Do you eat people? Chu Yang asked aggressively. The more he spoke, the more he felt that he was in the right. He actually questioned loudly. His saliva almost sprayed onto Gu Duxing's face. What this bastard said was pure nonsense. The plaque outside his door was made of pure gold and silver. Why would he need to worry about food and drink? But Gu Duxing obviously didn't notice or didn't think of it. Looking at Chu Yang's agitated appearance, he couldn't help but be tongue-tied. Only then did he remember that this guy in front of him also needed to eat. Although you didn't show any martial skills, I can't see through your cultivation. Gu Duxing finally found a reason. With your skills, why don't you steal or rob? You can at least fill your stomach, right? That's still better than selling such a divine sword. Fuck your mother. Chu Yang was filled with righteous indignation. He shouted righteously, "How can I, Chu Yang, be such a person? Your words are simply insulting my persistence, blaspheming my spirit, tainting my will, and raping my character. I thought you looked dignified, but I didn't expect you to be a thief. Bah!" The last word was practically spat out. Beautiful study room, Gu Duxing's face was full of saliva. Gu Duxing had asked Chu Yang the same question that Chu Yang had asked Gu Duxing just now. But he had been scolded by Gu Duxing at that time. Now that Gu Duxing had asked about it, Chu Yang was even more untouched. In fact, he was even more aggressive in returning the favor. He couldn't help but feel refreshed. Who the fuck dared to scold the soaring dragon sword king? He dared to do so when he was old. Gu Duxing recalled his answer just now, and immediately felt somewhat ashamed. That's right. Don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you. If I don't do it, why would this righteous young man do it? He sat in this shop that was filled with stolen silver from top to bottom. He couldn't help but feel respect for Chu Yang in his heart. It turned out that Chu Yang was just like him. He was also a man with perseverance and ambition. It turned out that he was not alone after all. Who said I was stupid? Isn't there a fellow traveler in front of me? Although Gu Duxing was mercilessly reprimanded by the opposite party, he suddenly felt that this young man in front of him was cute. There was a feeling of being like-minded and caring for each other. But even if it was for food, Gu Duxing looked at these two swords and two sabers, and his heart really ached. The muscles on his face twitched. Thinking that such divine weapons would be sold to someone else, he really felt distressed. This wasn't pawning them. Once they were sold, it would be a complete loss. This matter, can we discuss it at length? Gu Duxing said cautiously, "Brother Chu, for such treasured swords, as people who love swords, we have to find a good home for them. If money isn't that important, well, what I mean is we can still barely get by." Chu Yang rolled his eyes and sighed. "What do you think we should do?" Gu Duxing was stunned. "How about this? I'll give these swords to you and you sell them. Is that okay?" Chu Yang had a flash of inspiration. Suddenly an idea came to him, and he couldn't help but be excited. "Since you have nothing to do, just be my assistant here. This way, you don't have to pawn the treasured swords, and you can eat and have a place to stay. Most importantly, you can also find a suitable owner for these divine weapons, and not let them be covered in dust and shame. This is killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Brother Gu, what do you think?" Huh. Gu Duxing was a little dizzy. He really couldn't imagine how he would become someone else's assistant with just a few words. But it seemed like this was also a feasible plan. The reason he came out was to escape. Well, since it was to escape, wouldn't it be escaping there as well? Thinking of the reason he ran away from home this time, Gu Duxing couldn't help but sigh deeply. "Sigh, what should I do?" "Why, you don't agree?" Chu Yang asked nervously. "It's not that I don't agree, but—" Gu Duxing seemed to have something he couldn't say. "Since it's not that you don't agree, then it's settled." Chu Yang interrupted him and directly made a conclusion. "Brother Gu, from now on we are a family. Haha, from now on, you have the final say in this shop. Whoever you want to sell to, I'll sell to." Well, I don't really know much about this business. Chu Yang was telling the truth. He really didn't know much about this business. But this didn't affect him from using this business to make Gu Duxing stay. "As long as you stay, can you run away from me? If something happens in the shop, you won't care? Damn it, if you don't care, I'll give these swords to a beggar. See if your heart hurts. Anyway, it doesn't hurt." Chapter 69. It had to be said that the moment he opened the cabinet, even Gu Duxing, who had seen a lot of gold and silver treasures, was shocked. The golden light was dazzling. Gold! Gold bricks! Gold ingots! They were all gold, and there were also huge banknotes more than a foot thick. For a moment, young Master Gu felt a little dizzy and disoriented. For a moment, he only thought that he had entered the treasury of some rich man, and Chu Yang actually arranged for him to stay in the treasury and didn't restrict him. Sob, sob. This feeling of being trusted at the end of the road was really too good, too warm. Chu Yang waved his hand earnestly. Brother Gu, you and I feel like old friends at first sight. You're treating me like an outsider. He thought to himself, at my place, there are still a few more cabinets. I've robbed dozens of rich men. How can I only have so little? But I still have great use for them. Gu Duxing nodded repeatedly. Suddenly, a question arose in his mind. Brother Chu, since you have so much money, why are you still selling that kind of famous sword? Last night, this guy had said that if he didn't sell it, he wouldn't be able to eat. But this cabinet of gold and silver banknotes, how was he going to explain it? This gold was enough for 3 generations of rich men to indulge in wine and women. Not able to eat? How ridiculous was this? Please forgive me, Brother Gu. I lied to you last night. Chu Yang looked as if his trick had succeeded. Brother Gu, do you really think that I sold this kind of famous sword casually? I just felt that it was a pity to see it covered in dust. So, I tried my best to find a good home for it. Chu Yang sighed. This kind of sharp weapon must be in the hands of the right person. It can slaughter the world and laugh proudly in the Jianghu. It can display its peerless elegance in a place of rain and blood. That is the ultimate home of a famous sword. How difficult is it for a person to find a suitable sword? However, it was even more difficult for a sword to find a suitable owner. It's rare that Brother Gu and I are like-minded. I can also slack off, haha. I see. Gu Duxing smiled. The knot in his heart had been untied. He smiled very contentedly. In his heart, a kind of great minds think alike feeling arose. This kind of famous sword was not something to be bought and sold. Even if Chu Yang had some schemes because of this, it was also because he thought highly of him. It had to be said that this kind of mentality after having a good impression of him was different. Because once this warm feeling appeared, even if what the other party did was wrong, he would find an excuse for the other party. And the excuse he found was one that made him feel comfortable. Of course, it is my wish to find the true owner of the famed sword. But we also need to earn enough money for our meals. Chu Yang smiled and said, Moreover, if the owner of the famous sword doesn't pay a certain price, even if he gets it, he may not cherish it. Gu Duxing nodded and said sympathetically, That's right. I remember back then when I obtained the black dragon, I practically went through a lot of hardships. The two smiled at each other. Compared to the soaring dragon sword emperor in his previous life, the current Gu Duxing was undoubtedly less wise and farsighted and more impulsive and childish like a teenager. Chu Yang naturally knew the value of the person in front of him. Gu Duxing's stubbornness, his obsession with swords, his persistence in life, and his stubbornness in doing things had not changed in his previous life. Such a person was definitely worth befriending. Chu Yang did not have Gu Duxing's stubbornness as a sword. In his opinion, that kind of persistence was simply foolish. But this did not stop his heart from admiring Gu Duxing. This kind of difference in character was also the reason why Chu Yang in his previous life became a revered martial artist, but not a revered sword artist. Because although he used a sword, all his skills were not just in the sword. Brother Gu, how do these few swords of mine compare to your black dragon? Chu Yang asked. In terms of sharpness, they surpass my black dragon. In terms of toughness, they also surpass my black dragon. Gu Duxing seriously thought for a while and answered seriously, But in my heart, my black dragon is still one of a kind. These few swords of yours, although they are rare divine weapons in the world. I keep feeling that something is missing. If I had to choose, I would still choose my black dragon." His fingers lovingly stroked the sword hilt at his waist, and the emotions in his eyes at this moment were so sincere. He was like a young man who was deeply in love, looking at his lover. Although his lover was not an outstanding beauty, and standing beside a top beauty, there was still a long way to go. But the only one who could tug at his heartstrings would always be this one person. Other beauties could make him admire them, but if he had to choose a partner to spend his life with, there would only be this one person. What was missing? Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Gu Duxing's feeling was right. These few swords looked incomparably sharp, but they were really missing something, because the iron essence had already been swallowed by the Calamity Sword, and that was the true essence of a sword. Without the iron essence, these few swords were just iron pieces that were terrifyingly dense, and could not become the legendary divine weapons, because they could never have spirituality. Treasured swords had spirituality, and the more people they killed and drank blood, the more spirituality they would have. But even if these few swords slaughtered the entire world, they would only be ordinary pieces of iron. This subtle difference could only be seen when one reached the level of Sword King. Such a high level of swordsmen fought. Before this, no one would be able to detect the difference. But although Gu Duxing was only a sword great master now, with his keen intuition, he could already feel that something was wrong with these few swords. "Brother Gu, I did not set up this heavenly armament pavilion just for this." Chu Yang pondered for a while and said, "I have other motives, but this heavenly armament pavilion also needs to exist. This is very complicated and dangerous. It's also very dangerous. I need your help." Chu Yang smiled. "Actually, I really did not think that there would be someone like you. But since you are here, I will not let you go. I believe in you, and I believe in my foresight." Gu Duxing's eyes flashed with a sincere smile. Okay. It was just one word, but it was Gu Duxing's promise. He could hear that Chu Yang's words were hiding a lot of things, but they were sincere, from the bottom of his heart. So he agreed immediately. No matter what, it was only because the person in front of him was pleasing to the eye. Secondly, this person helped him at the most difficult time. The two smiled at each other, and their two palms heavily clapped together. No one would have thought that this day's clapping would create a legend in the heavenly layer continent. I come from a big clan, Gu clan. You may not understand the weight of the Gu clan. To be honest, in the entire lower three heavens, there may not be anyone who knows the terror of the Gu clan. Gu Duxing held his wine cup, and his eyes showed a trace of nostalgia. He said with deep feelings, "I am the foster son of the clan leader. After my biological parents died in an accident, my foster father took me to his side and nurtured me with great care." Chu Yang nodded. "If I don't know about the Gu clan, who will? If I don't know about such a huge clan, I will simply kill myself." Ah, so the rumors were wrong. The future successor of the Gu clan was actually the foster son of the Gu clan, and not the direct descendant. "My foster father has a daughter and 2 sons. Gu Duxing said, "My 2 sworn brothers ostracized me all year round. As for me, I've really never thought of fighting or snatching anything from them, so I have always resigned myself to it. I am very clear that I am only the foster son of the clan. The core of the clan's power does not belong to me. Even if I have some achievements in the future, I will protect this clan and not let anyone in the clan get hurt. But I will never become the master of this clan." Gu Duxing smiled. This kind of smile seemed so out of place on his cold, chiseled face. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.